and good afternoon. Zombie Black Rose, Talking Object, Snow X Fall, Ice the Bite, Jonathan Curry 5392, James Moore 92, Gator Guster, Predator 0980, and Wordy Dirt. And yes, Predator, I am just posting any random shit like bruh. Like, my actual plan was to do stuff on Wednesday and Friday, and then I needed to take care of stuff on Wednesday, so I couldn't. So I was just like, well, screw it. I wanted to read over these documents a while back, and may as well just stream it. Why not? Why not monetize my hobbies? That's what this whole thing is. And so I said, fuck it, this is Weird Wednesday enough, and also this isn't a real Weird Wednesday because it's on Friday, but it's Wednesday, so shut up. And so, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do Project Stargate. Someone reminded me of it recently, and I was like, oh yeah, I should just friggin' do the thing. It feels like a Monday. Well, the good news is, if it's a Monday, then you only have to last till Wednesday for the weekend to start. Or wait. No, that's only if this was a Wednesday. But this is a Friday, not a Wednesday. But it's a Wednesday. So if it feels like a Monday, then you'll need to last through the day for the weekend to start. So congratulations on your 6-day weekend, Wordy Nerd. And hello, Cool Boy Mew. I'm not sure what you're watting about, I think my first, real comeback stream that I don't think went to YouTube was sort of a test stream where I went over, Du Amorio de Gilles de Bouvier, which is just, a 400-year-old manuscript. I've decided to be more insane going forwards, and it turns out, that means I'm going to be doing weird crap. Like this! This is gonna be weird crap. This is weird crap that I do. Why is chat talking about dolphin hand jobs? I think it's about just gonna be embracing the weird and being insane on Twitter. Why not? Right? This is the kind of weird shit that I do in my spare time. May as well stream it. That's my thinking. It's like how on Twitter, is everything all right? No. Nothing has been all right for years, decades even. But, that's just how I operate nowadays. Why aren't I talking about dolphin hand jobs? Because I'm a say-so VTuber, thank you very much. I was not rambling, but right, yeah, that's why you saw me posting about how, Palworld is a Hobbesian refutation to Pokemon's Kantian... What's the term that I used? Kantian idealism, I think is how I described it. And I've decided to just do shit like that more. Those are my actual unfiltered thoughts about stuff, and I decided, you know what? I'm gonna be less filtered. I'm gonna be more openly insane, which, I'm not actually insane. The reason I don't make sense to people and they assume that I'm crazy and just doing weird crap for no reason is because I am deeply unnaturally sane. I am too logical. I do things that don't make sense to them because they don't make sense to reality. That is, the other person's viewpoints of reality don't make sense again to reality itself. Therefore, it's been all bad news since, fucking 6 years old. At some point, you just, stop giving a shit. And you just sort of learn to live with the fact that you live above a guy who, makes freebase coke for a living. The Pokemon game looks like Palworld. ZA, yeah, I think Switch 2 games just do that now. You're not allowed to own them anymore. I really hope someone starts ripping the assets from ZA, and I can learn to mod Palworld once I've finished my current Elden Ring video, and then the Elden Ring mod that I've been working on, which isn't the one that replaces a bunch of stuff with Dark Souls stuff. The mod that I really want to make, I'm calling Elden Bus, and I'll leave it at that. You should be able to figure out the implications, considering how frequently I use the phrase microdosing desert bus to describe overworld travel. Poketopia. Oh, that one! The one that looks like Pal Farm. Yeah. Yeah, that was so funny to me because then just Palworld comes out with Pal Farm and it's like, bitch, we doing the same thing but better. Nintendo will get your ass if you mod ZA into Palworld. Well, yeah, that's why I release it anonymously. Like, I would be modding all of ZA, but I think it'd be really funny to swap a couple of models around. Like, I don't think all PALs have a direct Pokemon analog. Like, there's no Pokemon version of Cognito. Like, the closest I think you get would be, like, Murkrow, and that's the only similarity is that they are both crows that are black. But I think it would be nice to just straight up have Gyarados over, like, Jormungandile. As much as I like Jormungandile, I would rather have Gyarados, and they're the same thing, so, like, be nice. And I think it'd be like, actually, oh my god, it would be so funny if I just streamed Palworld, but had all the models swapped out to, like, models from Pokemon, and just claimed that I was streaming, like, Legends ZA and acting like everything was... That would be such a good stream gimmick. He's like, no, I'm streaming the normal Pokemon game. What are you talking about? I love Pokemon. I love all the guns that Pokemon lets you shoot Pokemon with. It's great. Ah, that'd be such a good bit. But no, that's gonna be like a year away, because I still need to see if the Elden Ring video even does well. And then I need to make Elden Bus. And I also need to make that other game that I've been working on. I've got a lot on my plate. And, like, I know it seems like progress towards the video has been slow, but, like, I have been working on it for, like, 10-hour shifts on most days where I'm not streaming. It's a long video. It's getting pretty close to done, though. If things go spectacularly, I don't have any sort of major complications, I could theoretically get the first draft done, like a complete draft of everything, done as early as, like, next week. That'll be nice. I'll finally be able to get that off my plate. It will definitely be done probably before December, maybe end of the month. Appreciate your patience while I put out this absolute banger that does everything from, Actually, that's a fun bit that I should talk about. So, you know how nobody seems to know what the weights in Souls-like are? And just, like, call them Miyazakis or Miyazakilos or whatever? I spend, like, 30 seconds explaining what they are and how to determine them compared to real-life weights and the entire process behind them at, like, the 11 minutes mark in the video. And it's not even, like, the main content of the video. Like, I could have made an entire video explaining just how this works, but you know how, like, my Fear and Hunger guides are ridiculously concise and to the point, and, like, they tell you absolutely everything that needs to be known in the shortest amount of time possible? I'm kind of taking that approach to history here in, like, Dark Souls. So, like, 1 minute of video of my thing is, like, an entire video essay's worth of information. But then again, most video essays are just waxing poetic about dumb bullshit to pad out runtime. Point is, this is a ridiculously informationally dense video. Like, I posit so many things that are just quick asides and then immediately demonstrate them and then move on. And I don't need to, like, address counter-arguments because it's not the main focus of the thing, but every time I look at it, I'm just like, pretty much every single section of this, every single minute of video could have been its own video, couldn't it? Like, I could have turned the first minute, which is just the intro section, into friggin' when do we have to MK Ultra? Never. Wrong stream. MK Ultra is its own thing. This is Stargate. But I guess if people want to see it, we'll see it. And if people wanted to hear me keep rambling, then go bully Ice the Bite for ruining it for everyone. Okay. So here we are. Let me just adjust this a bit. There, no. There we go. No. There we go. This is all visible to you guys. I can see the thing. You can see the secret. You can see Project Stargate. You can see my mouse underneath all the things. The date of publication of 30th April 1993. Have I tried to MK Ultra anyone? I don't have enough access to LSD for that. Yeah, y'all see it all, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Yes, reproduction requires approval of originator or higher authority. Can we please get an edit video about these? Well, Uwoot, I'm planning on just having sort of a recap at the end. This is going to be a relatively short video anyway, but like I'm not going to focus on making an edited video about Stargate until, like, way later from now. I'm still working on the fucking Elden Ring video. Document provides a broad review of foreign assessment, external research, of Stargate program, brief, anomalous phenomena, including parapsychological and related biophysical interactions, e.g. telepathy, remote viewing, and psychokinesis. Discussion of terms are in Appendix A. About a weird ring at Cheyenne Mountain. Yes, clearly. That Stargate was about using satellites for nuclear warfare. No. Stargate, it's literally about, like, psychokinesis. Like, that's what it's about. It says it right here. Now you know. Okay, preface, direction, history, investigations, assessments, terminology, panel science report. I guess I'll stick to the appendix at the bottom. Like, I'll leave them there at the bottom and do them in, like, linear order. Research efforts, real-time beaconing, shielded viewing, overall counter-narcotics test. 1991, the DIA was created to find parapsychological anomalous phenomena. Oh yeah, for those of you who don't know about the DIA and not the CIA, have you heard of the SCP Foundation? Because that's just the Defense Intelligence Agency. Like, that's just what it is. Like, it was specifically founded to deal with spooky magic bullshit. $52 million. Scientifically research and investigative program. Project interacting with a phenomenon, understanding. Short version of all of that is that they have figured out how to make something work. Institute founded by the guy who invented the term louche. He founded an institute? I wasn't aware that he founded an institute, Annex Lev. Variety of project reports. Plan for external assistance was also developed. The fiscal year 1992 Defense Appropriations Act, initial $2 million in research funds. This is mostly just about funding and not super useful. SCI? I do not recall that term. Stanford Something Institute. Fiscal Year Act, Fossil War. Okay. Created to deal with Russian magic powers. Two-year architecture plan to deal with Russian magic powers. I mean, I'm sure you could Google it. You got the internet. Brief history of research in the mid-late 1800s. Good place to start. Essentially dependent of each other. Motivated to examine this area due to stuff suggests happening. Many of these alien investigations focused on analysis. Formal research efforts weren't instigated until basically the 1900s. Wait, who's going up? Oh, that's the thing, Crawler E-Coder. It seems to still actually be ongoing. Like, officially it has been scuttled unofficially it is going underneath another name. Like, it's the same thing, just with a different name. So it's still an ongoing thing. This is just old enough that the FOIA request allowed it to be declassified. Russians are magic. What? Yeah. No, the DIA was funded to deal with Russian magic. Like I need to really, really drive this home. This is a PDF brought from cia.gov/readingroom/docs. This is not just like some random wacky bullshit you find online. This is an official CIA government declassified report dealing with magic Russian bullshit. How do we defeat Russian magic? Well, I mean, watch the stream, you'll find out. Proof of principle for extrasensory projection, simple experimental targets. Yeah, the famous 5 symbol test that anyone who's in the gifted and talented education programs experienced. I wasn't in those. I dropped out of grade school, so. Considerable publicity. Experiments had recently delivered the existence of psychic powers. Private foundation for the research on the nature of man. Okay. The 1960s. This is where the Cold War is. New U.S. work began in New York and Texas that examined more stuff. Free response rather than forced guessing to try to see how well it could work without it just being a randomness. That makes sense. Deeper relaxation or sleep, different pathology. Okay, so they're checking how psychic powers were interacted with mental states. The government really validated they could something from this investigation. Well, that's the thing, Daniel and Eustace. It's still a thing that's going. Like, this is not just like thought they could find something. They apparently found enough of something that they wanted to keep funding it. Based on synchronizing your brain hemispheres that supposedly leads to ESP. Interesting. Okay, research efforts. 1950 present, 60 present, bunch of things that are doing. So if you want to know, like, what to look into to find, like, who's still doing this, here's your list of targets. Where are we at? Yes, they were doing the results of these stats were publicized to great awareness of psychological. The more people started talking about psychic bullshit after they published psychic bullshit. Okay, and they keep doing it after finding out some stuff worked. Okay. Very little of it examined distant effects, okay. Early stuff did check out remote viewing. San Francisco Bay Area that showed a remote viewer could produce a reasonable overall description of features at nearby geographic locations. Okay. Some experiments showed that a remote viewer could also describe the interior contents of target facilities. These descriptions were usually reliable when only shape-form correlations and not analysis interpretations were considered. Okay, so remote viewing can accurately get you an outline of objects, but if you try to interpret those, it's probably going to be wrong. Important to know. Apparently works across time under same rules. Research findings in this area are sometimes not readily accepted, regardless of accuracy, because, okay, yeah, reasonable. Okay, bitching about not getting enough funding, reasonable. Behavioral and Brain Sciences publication provided a balanced view of the research. Okay, that's what they're trying to do to get more funding. Saying that, yeah, they did a thing, but it wasn't enough. Give us more funding. Got it. Alrighty, enjoy your lurk, Zombie Black Rose. Make sure to use the lurk command to find out how we deal with lurk commands around here. Sensory leakage, basically matching part filling the gaps by doing so badly. Yeah, that's pretty much what I assumed. Basically, you look at a thing and your brain sort of has to fill it in off of previous patterns, and it just fills it with garbage. And as long as you look at like the most bare bones accurate description of what you thought you saw, you can get something that doesn't involve confirmation bias, basically. I mean, it's the same thing. The brain is a pattern prediction engine, not a information processing engine. So if it gets information, it's going to try and fill in the blanks with previous experiences, even if those aren't relevant here. Some kind of diagonal. Okay. So these are people's drawings of looking at stuff using remote viewing, which apparently they considered accurate enough because the DIA put these things in various places in San Francisco. Closed in. Oh, those are the actual things, and the bottom part is the actual photographs. Okay. Energy expander, electrical energy, yeah. So he was able to draw part of the Berkeley Bevatron when told to look at a specific place, and could tell that it was electrical, but couldn't tell that, it was the Berkeley Bevatron. Long distance retrocognitive. That's a good term, retrocognitive. Rocks, uneven holes, mountain over water, lighthouse, tall structure with conical roof, similar to a castle. So they had them remote view a time in the past. They had a description of something that was there. And got a close enough description of what the landscape looked like at the time. All right. Precognitive, 24 hours. Somewhere near water, vertical lines, narrow poles. It sounds a lot like what the brain actually sees when it's using exclusively low-light vision. So, here's a thing a lot of people don't know. Humans can't see color in the dark. When you are in low light and you see something that you thought was a color, it's not your eyes seeing it. It is your brain compositing remembered colors into that area. Most of human vision works like that. We don't even have color cones on the edges of our vision. We just have light and dark recognition, and the brain fills in what it remembers being there, which creates the illusion of having a much wider angle of view than we actually have. Already Nerd almost beat me to it. Recent reviews. Several important basic applications. Distance and shielding do not affect results. Some people are good at it, others aren't. Goal orientation is more important than your psychological state or the type of target. Interesting. And it does correlate to specific brain region activity. How do I make my brain stop being bullshit? You look at your thoughts until you're thinking about your thoughts, until you just constantly do that, and you live your life thinking about your thoughts. And then you start thinking about the thoughts that were thinking about your thoughts. And then you realize, then you become sort of consciously aware of most of what's going on in your brain, and have a limited degree of preventing yourself from acting on impulses. You're still always going to have those impulses, but you gain the ability to somewhat negate your decisions to act on them. You never overcome them. That's not how humans work. People tend to think that they're overcoming them and then make up justifications for why they want to do it, because we're rationalizing not rational. But once you do that, you can sort of understand that you are basically a midget on the back of a rampaging gorilla trying to direct what it smashes up. Okay, shielding. Research were scientifically the sound. Procedural problems associated with early work in this field have been resolved and corrected. Specific comments. The effort at SRI was discontinued in 1990. Stanford Research Institute, I think it was. And the Systems Applications International Corporation. Wow! That's a very vibrantly described name. Systems Applications International Corporation. Well, now you know what to look for, whether that something's a CIA front. If it sounds like the most generic, forget about it bullshit ever. Early 1970s. Application, okay. I think they blacked out this whole part. Early 1970s, U.S. researchers. Focus on remote viewing. Okay, that's just financials. The successful ones got us more funding, and we got more people working. Sunstreak was another one, apparently. Guess I'll maybe look into that later. You know, I kind of want to write this down scroll up a bit and write down what was confirmed. Psychological state does not affect performance. Correlates to brain activity. And certain people are good at it innately. Parenthesis, talent exists. Okay. Potential operation project we're investigating over the next few years. Military Intelligence Board. The MIB, the Men in Black, okay. Examine the utility of the project under counter-narcotics. Stargate was established. Stargate activity is based on a concurrent research and application philosophy. Formal reviews have been conducted. Potential applications, counter-narcotics, counter-terrorism, counterintelligence. A chart explaining how much they worked. For all data correlations, this is not particularly useful information. Limited potential exists for detailed data. Not good at detail. Brain fills in the blanks via confirmation bias. Not good at predicting. That's important. Goal orientation is key. That's interesting. I'm a very goal-oriented person. Maybe I should try this. Another review in 1990. Earlier Men in Black recommendations. 1/3 of projects were considered to be good quality. The fiscal year of 1991. Part of this directed development of an 4 days program on parapsychological activities. Completely censored out. Appendix A. 2 general types, informational and energetic. Informational aspects include the ability to describe remote or concealed data without the known use of sensory systems, remote viewing, anomalous cognition, another term. Energetic aspect refers to the mental ability to influence material or biological systems by unknown mechanisms, also called psychokinesis. Use the term psychoenergetics. Okay. Extraordinary human body functions or somatic science. Okay. A variety of other terms have and probably will be used to call these things. Got it. And hello, Onyx03133. And why use tarot cards? I'll just do things on my own and make it work. Like, crystal ball is great, but I'm the sort of guy who likes to smash it headlong with just my own power. Like, tools when it comes to magical style bullshit aren't things that have power on their own? The way my own... No, I literally just can move my head that far. Like, legit, I can twist my head 90 degrees. That's a thing I can do. I have a very flexible neck. And, since I lost a lot of muscle mass after all the shit that happened, I no longer have my absolutely outrageous neck-concealing shoulder muscles preventing me from having my neck go as far as it is able. I enjoy the ritual of the terror. Yeah, you're projecting onto the tools, and it's like... I am the sort of person who would prefer to not do that, to simply choose to do it, to be an extension of mine own will. Past 11 years, small group headed by a guy, been studying for stuff. You know what, I'm just gonna read over a paragraph and summarize it to y'all. Okay, some guy tried to find stuff and thought it would be really important if he did. Also, it doesn't, follow known laws yet. It is difficult to test it because it's, extremely vulnerable to observer bias. But the results are still too consistent to be dismissed as coincidence. One bit per 1,000 noise, what? Okay, yeah, they don't think inadvertent queuing, which is a good... that's a really good term to describe, accidentally telling people what's going on. That's a good term. I need to pocket that later. The universe was an energy farm. Right, and the energy is emotions, and things fed on the emotions that human had, basically. Everything strongly emphasized the investigator's ability to train others in the techniques. Okay. They trained a bunch and achieved some sort of competence. Techniques such as the use of a coordinate method to describe remote location expressed in latitude and longitude. It is here that any attempt at a rational understanding of a perceptual process is lost. Since the significance of the coordinates so expressed is unknown to the viewer in most instances, it is impossible to understand why such a method should be translated in the viewing process to a precise delineation of geographical characteristics of the target site. How much of the lack of knowledge? Arbitrary was not escape the investigators, but repeated attempts to come up with an explanation did not work. Okay. So they figured out that feeding latitude and longitude was good enough and then just couldn't figure out why. Latency of 1/50th of a second. Increasing detail. Okay. They tested this a bunch and it was mostly... Yeah. Yeah, it just works. We don't know why. They do not have a causal explanation for why this happens. Just that it does. The absence of a physical model for perceptual progress, no predictions are possible. That is a remote scientific research program, so we can do it. Okay. So, in summary, they were able to consistently get accurate enough descriptions of the physical shape of things given only like map coordinates of longitude and latitude. However, they don't know how that works. Alrighty, and that is the project overview. What is this next one? Honorable Sam Nunn, Chairman of the Armed Services Committee. Interim response to the fiscal year 1994 Defense Authorization Conference Classified Annex Joint Explanatory Statement, which requests a program plan for Stargate. Yeah, that's the pithiest summary you could come up for that section. They don't know how it works, but it does. And because they don't know how it works, it's hard to get funding. Present a program plan. Okay, so by 1994, they had moved on from confirming that it works to doing their best to identify the mechanisms, and they changed the name to anomalous mental phenomena to move away from sounding like psychic power bullshit. Got it. Doing a research finding. Okay, third one. Response to congressional direction. We are working with the Defense Intelligence Agency to transfer the Stargate program to the CIA. Okay, so in 2001, the Stargate program got taken over by the CIA from the DIA. They assume a monistic or dualistic framework for working on this. They just tried. I don't think they assumed any frameworks. That's a level of like meta awareness that they weren't trying. To perform the retrospective review of Stargate's 20-year history and yeah, so it basically just this officially stopped and was moved over to CIA's purview in 2001. We have exchanged draft testing statements with the NRC to establish a blue ribbon panel of experts on parasites. Press the National Review Committee to review the research, meet with officials to determine what's going on, evaluate the data, see if it's bunk, draft the final report. There are a few dogs. Yeah, I'm hoping to find some of those. I just had an AI go, hey, grab the 10 that looked the most interesting, and then I'm going to have to like go through these randomly afterwards on my own. Yep, they're going to sound stupid and crazy, even if it works, because it's hard to convince people that it works. Review and analysis of Blue Ribbon Panel will be unclassified. Not be able to release its finding until the Congress and the agencies have been briefed. Requesting the cooperation of the Army to classify certain aspects of the program, declassify its sponsorship, eliminate the compartmentalization. Yeah, so compartmentalization is a way that the CIA and general intelligence agencies prevent people from knowing the whole picture. A group is given orders to do a thing, and they do that thing. Another group is given orders to do a different thing, and they do that thing. Neither group is aware of the other's existence, and only the guy who knows about both is able to synthesize the result from both operations. And he likely works for some other guy that he got orders from, who knows what's going on, but just he's the only one who knows the whole picture. And they sort of have this hierarchical system of knowing, where the higher up you are, the more things you know in broad terms, but not in finite details, while the people doing the actual research don't know anything about what's going on. It's how they keep people from like leaking too much, because they don't know enough to leak. Okay, that's just a report about that. Ooh, this looks like a nice long one. This is 178 pages, good lord. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We are in the meat and potatoes now. All right, on that note, I'm going to get myself some tea. Because this is not something that's going to be something that you can take care of in like one sitting. So I'm going to go get myself some tea and make things like more pleasant for me. Okay, I have returned. Is this the final report? This did not come out in 95. Oh wait, no, did this come out in 95? Yes, it did come out in 95. Sorry, I was thinking this part up here was the date. No. This is the final evaluation of the remote viewing program, presumably. Okay. Studies of paranormal phenomena have nearly always been associated with controversy. Despite the controversy, many people are interested. Intelligence community is likes these things. Of which one has no prior knowledge handwritten? Yes, presumably. Conceptually, remote viewing would seem to have tremendous particularity for intelligence community. 3-component program involving based research operations. So, we're interested in stuff like this. It might be useful. Part of the program conducted by Research Institute for AIR, American Institute for Research. That's a new name. There are 2 main components: review of the research program, review of the operational application. Second review was a evaluation of the foreign assessment component of the program was not within the scope of the present effort. Okay, so AIR checked the program, and if it worked, but not what foreigners were doing. The research program, a blue ribbon panel was established. 2 experts in parapsychology. And they use so many different words for this. Parapsychology, psychokinetic energy, or whatever the hell. Okay. Got some scientists to do stuff. And there's 2 other support scientists for doing statistics. Remember Russian magic? Yeah, this is an examination of American magic program. Review all laboratory, make a meta-analytic analysis report of the reports. Okay, cool. In a typical remote viewing experiment, visualize a location, object, or place being viewed by a sender. A judge that... Oh, there's decoys is the interesting part. National Geographic photographs provided the target pool. If it matches the target as opposed to the decoys, it's a hit. And that's how they determine accuracy. Better than chance score, so getting something better than just complete randomness, is presumed to represent it happening. A statistically significant laboratory effort has been demonstrated, which means that it does occur. Like, it occurs. It happens. It is unclear whether the observer's effects may be ambiguous to paranormal activity or remote views, or to the characteristics of the judges, or some other methods used. So it happens, but they might blame it on accidentally giving them too much information. Use of the same viewer's judge in photographs makes it impossible to verify. No one knows what causes the hits. Second component of the program involves use of gathering to your various presented targets to remote viewers who were asked to describe the target. The remote viewers described the results of their experience in written reports, which were forwarded to end users for evaluation and action. To assess the value of remote viewing, a multifaceted evaluation strategy was employed, so they checked multiple things. Relevant research literature was reviewed to identify whether the conditions applying during intelligence gathering would reasonably permit application of remote viewing paradigm. Wow! That's a poorly written pile of shit. They read the reports to determine whether they did something, I guess, is the best way to summarize that. They were interviewed, the use of the information, the ones providing the reports, and the manager. The conditions in which the remote viewing phenomena is observed in laboratory settings do not apply in intelligence gathering situations. Viewers cannot be provided with feedback and targets may not display the characteristics needed to produce hits. What? Did I just get stupid? Did I lose like 30 brain cells? Or I guess 30 IQ points. Viewers cannot be provided with feedback. Okay. Now I had to reread that for a second. It's saying that due to the fact that viewers can't get feedback and targets might not be good targets, it's a bit difficult to tell if they're getting something useful. Accuracy was observed with regard to broad background characteristics. Okay. So the issue isn't that it's inaccurate, it's that it's bad at getting specific enough information to be actionable in an intelligence operation. Yeah, inconsistent, inaccurate with regard to specifics, substantial subjective interpretation. So while it worked, it didn't provide enough information in the way that they had hoped to give them the information they were looking for. So they concluded that yes, you can use psychic powers to view areas remotely. Unfortunately, we can't find an application for it. Foregoing observations provide a compelling argument against continuation. Even though a statistically significant effect has been observed, it remains unclear whether it has been demonstrated, even though the effect has been observed. You don't provide evidence regarding the source of origins. Because they can't tell how it works, they don't think that it works. Got it. Even if it could be demonstrated unequivocally that a paranormal phenomenon occurs under the conditions present in the library paradigm, these conditions have limited applicability and usability for intelligence gathering operations. The nature of remote viewing targets are vastly dissimilar, as are the specific tasks required of the remote viewers. The information is vague, so it can't do anything. So to rephrase the conclusions, yeah, it works, but we don't know why it works, and it doesn't seem currently accurate enough to be particularly useful. The 5H2A receptors of the brain which don't relate to imagination. I don't know if you're saying that there are 5H2A receptors that do relate to imagination, or if the 5H2A receptors wholly do not relate to imagination. So how is the silly documents? Well, in NetJetMackle64, you walk in just as I finished the conclusions of the report of the program, which boiled down to, it works, but the results are kind of vague, and it's hard to secure funding because we don't know why it works. Also, shit, I just saw Cool Boy Mew resubbing. Thank you so much for the resub. And that's basically the conclusion of the whole program, NetJet Michael. It works. It's not the most useful thing in the universe, but it works. I mean, Atropa, I could... Oh man, what is the thing? I think it was the FBI? Was it the FBI or was it the CIA? There was some alphabet agency that had, through an FOIA request, declassified their logs of observing Hitler in Argentina after the war. Imagine those chips, but drug trailers are way more useful than other drugs, so this still is some real stuff. I will take your word for it, Anixlev. And hello, Needlescane13. But yeah, is Hitler still alive? No, I believe he, according to the, God, was it 92? Or was it like 86? He passed away in the 80s or 90s in Argentina, according to the FOIA documents from the, I think it was the FBI, it might have been the CIA. But no, they declassified the documents relating to Operation Paperclip, and it turns out the whole "we got a bunch of German scientists" wasn't just like a unilateral thing that America decided, but according to those documents, this was part of a deal reached with Hitler where they would fly him, well, not fly him out, but ship him out in a U-boat to Argentina, along with a lot of his top guys. In exchange, America would get to take the top scientists that the Nazis had and put them to work at NASA. And like, this was just declassified. This was just FOIA declassified. It is publicly confirmed by government agencies that Hitler did in fact escape to Argentina. I'm surprised this isn't more of a big deal. We're reading government documents describing that magic objectively exists, and nobody blinks an eye. Like, what? Do you think people give a shit? They don't think about stuff. They do what they're told. But yeah, no, apparently Hitler just lived out his days in Argentina looking for something in the woods, and that's why there's a bunch of people in specific Argentinian towns that have a bunch of German names, and also why there's one place in Argentina that has the most twins, because who's the Nazi scientist who was really into twins? Started with an M. Mengele, right, yeah. According to the documents, he went to a specific town and continued his research there. And if you look up town with the highest per capita rate of twins, it is that town in Argentina. Maybe it's just, maybe that's gotta be per capita twins. But yeah, no, like, Hitler, Himmler, and all those guys, according to the FBI, or maybe CIA, I can't remember which, just, yeah, they just went to Argentina. Like, that's not a conspiracy theory, that is just, like, publicly documented. Like, that is publicly available government information that nobody gives a shit about because most people don't think. That's just how it is. There's a very small number of extremely deranged, overly online, like, schizophrenic, crazy people like me that actually, like, research stuff. The Russians found his jawbone in Berlin, though. They found a jawbone. It doesn't seem to have been Hitler's, because he apparently went to Argentina. Although actually I did comment on a news article about this recently. Random Algerian town with tons of redheads because some Barbary pirate thought they looked funny, so he kidnapped all the redheads and put them in his town. Based! And hello, Sukotsuto. But what was on about? Oh, right. Yeah, so I saw something that I saw people memeing about, like, haha, Hitler micropenis or whatever, and I commented on it on Twitter because it's fucking stupid. I can't remember off the top of my head the name of the disease that they were, like, claiming Hitler had, but that caused a micropenis. But one of the side effects, well, two of the major side effects of that disease are, not being able to grow facial hair and not developing muscle mass. And, like, Hitler fought in World War I? Like, you can't do that if you don't have muscle mass. He worked a notoriously dangerous job, which required a lot of body stress that could not be done with the condition that is being alleged to have had. And simultaneously, Hitler had this might come as a shock to some people, but Hitler's pretty famous for having a fucking mustache. And they're alleging this disease that prevents you from having facial hair or muscle mass was something that Hitler had, and therefore also a micropenis. And there's people that believe that. Most people will see that and accept it uncritically because people are fucking stupid. And hello, Dragonman7856. Also, now talking object, the specific thing that it does is that it prevents, the flush of hormones that occurs during puberty to happen. So the person grows taller, but never, physically matures into an adult and develops secondary sexual characteristics. And they're alleging that Hitler had that. I think it's Kallmann syndrome. It's come to me now. Kallmann syndrome. Which, it's just incredible that, you can just say the dumbest shit possible, and if you act like an authority figure, everyone just believes you. And hello, Rumbling Joyer. Anyway. Background and history. Back to this document. The continuing quest to improve effectiveness, many organizations sought techniques that might be used to enhance performance. Traditional lines of inquiry, sourcing interventions and selected. Performance enhancement techniques range from implicit learning and mental rehearsal to the enhancement of... Ooh! Oh, this is the part that's interesting. Blue ribbon panel charged with evaluating the evidence of effectiveness of a wide variety of techniques for enhancing human performance. CBAS. Some support for alternative performance enhancing techniques such as guided imagery. Little or no support was found for many other techniques such as learning during sleep and remote viewing. I mean, you can also just call it magic because it's just the same shit. God, now that's just making me think of Dandadan, which has this whole thing of aliens versus psychic powers, except the aliens have psychic powers, and it's just it feels like the obvious conclusion that it's pointing towards is that aliens and psychic powers are expressions of the same thing, or have a significant overlap in some way. But it's also not really the focus of the story, it's the focus on the characters and doing weird things. Can I call it wizards? Yes, you can accurately call this CIA wizards. I do quite enjoy Dandadan. Interdimensional Bigfoot. Yes. Didn't like them as a recent Dandadan season. Really? Why is that, wordy nerd? Because I enjoyed and quite liked it. But also, I had read the manga. What were the CIA smoking? I mean, we're gonna find that out later, because that's part of the background history. The answer is probably LSD. The characters annoy you. You liked it better with fewer characters. Reasonable. The two main characters, the main cast of 3-4 characters is probably the strongest, and adding other characters, even if they're enjoyable, detracts from the screen time. I'm a big fan of the latest arc, though, because I know exactly what's going to happen, and I'm really looking forward to it happening. How does the world let these people run international operations despite all this coming out? I mean, who is this world, and how would they prevent this from happening? Are you suggesting that, masses of people suddenly spontaneously rise up and burn down CIA offices? Because, it's not... It's not how people work. There needs to be a leader to guide them into burning down CIA offices. Gigi and Pink Hair is fine, but it gets a crowd and I don't care about them. Monster arcs and character development arcs. Interesting. Okay. I really like Pink Hair. I think she is very cute because she is stupid. Can I be that leader? Perhaps, but I need to acquire power and fame first. And, well, as far as I can tell, my most reliable route to power and fame is going to be that Elden Ring video. So make sure to, like, hit me up on Patreon and, like, YouTube memberships and whatnot so I can have enough money to keep making these videos so that I can acquire power and fame, and then use that power and fame to instigate a revolution and, you know, install a dictatorship in the United States run by me. But, like, to do that, I'm still gonna have to gather people, because influence is the only thing that matters in life. Oh, that's like fucking the lamest coup in human history. Where Koreans just said, yeah, we're gonna coup, and then we're gonna arrest all of Congress, and then Congress says, no, you can't arrest us, and they said, oh, and went home. Like, that was what happened in Korea. The military said they were going to arrest Congress, and then Congress said, no, you're not allowed to do that, and they just went home. That was the funniest shit I've ever seen. Negative with regard to a range of work on a remote viewing has continued under the auspices of the... Okay, so remote viewing worked, but a lot of other stuff didn't. Can't handle that many women. That's a viewpoint, wordy dirty. The alien girl doesn't get a whole lot of screen time. She's barely a character at this point in the friggin' manga. Because, like, she barely speaks. How much is ever going to have to lift in your dictatorship? Well, it's going to be hierarchical. The more you can lift, the more voting, the more your vote counts. Like, it's not just that you have a vote and you vote for someone, or a policy or whatever. The value of your vote is going to be based on your combined lifts. So if you can barely bench the bar, you're going to be worth, like, less than 1% of someone who's in the 1,000-pound club. Oh, that's the funny thing, Wordy Nerd. Autism Nerd basically doesn't show up again. Like, he occasionally comes in to do stuff, but he is super plot irrelevant aside from just, like, that one bit at the end of Season 2. Which I think it's kind of a shame. There's a lot of interesting things that could be done with him. But, where was I? Oh, right, yeah, to spoil a bit about what's going to happen in Dandadan, feel free to cover your ears and, like, block this out. Momo develops amnesia because of a thing that happens. And the current arc that's going on in Dandadan is her sort of, like, relearning about Okarun. But about the present Okarun, not the one she met at the first time. And the present Okarun is, 1, fucking jacked. 2, able to do all sorts of crazy physical stuff, including fighting demons and ghosts, like, massively. And because she doesn't have psychic powers anymore, she doesn't, like, see transformations or whatever, she just sees he's just doing that. And that's where they're currently at, just Okarun being a badass while she watches. And I'm really, really looking forward to what's definitely going to happen in the near future. Which is, 1, after being a total badass, he finally properly introduces himself as Takakura Ken and I love you. At which point, Momo is just gonna fucking melt. And then she'll be, like, ridiculously lovey-dovey around him for a while, and then shortly after that, she'll get her memory back and be really embarrassed about how she acted. And the way Dandadan tends to portray characters dealing with emotions like that is so funny. So I'm really looking forward to, like, in maybe a year, when Momo has to deal with the fact that she had really strong feelings about someone that she barely remembered and now fully remembers and has a lot of conflicting urges and doesn't know how to resolve them, because I think that's very cute. Oh yeah, he did learn to do that at one point. Assuming responsibility for the program. So apparently what they discovered was that everything except remote viewing was either like not real or not useful. Novelist cognition began in the 1970s. Person, referred to as a beacon or a sender, travels to a series of remote sites. Then asked to describe the location of the beacon. Typically, these locations descriptions include drawings and a real description of the location. More active than a random assignment. One might argue the second has been observed. If certain people possess the ability, it might prove to be valuable. If people could find targets, it might be valuable. If considered reliable, it would be valuable. Issue is that the people who do that are not common. An equal probability of assigned to all ranks. Yeah, so these are those in bench 120 kilograms. You get it. Oh, what did I? Why did that? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What the heck happened? Why did my webcam suddenly die? Hello? Well, that's weird. Give me a second. Give me just a second. Wish you would stop gosh dang doing that. Okay, I guess I fixed that. I guess I had to plug it and unplug it. Now it's sort of working? I guess it's working enough now. That's weird. No, the CIA might be responsible for it. Yeah, USB disconnected because I had to disconnect it. The paradigms have been developed clear viewers and double-line conditions, visualized from a target pool consisting of National Geographic photographs. Why do they keep bringing up National Geographic? That's bizarrely specific. Stargate is a program involved in the use of paranormal phenomena, primarily remote viewing for intelligence collection, blah blah. Prior to the 1990s. All government programs have been not super... It disconnected again! What the fuck? Is that USB port dying or something? Let me try something else, I guess. The fuck? That's annoying. Oh, maybe the friggin... So the the webcam that I use, how do I put this? I sort of cobbled it together with electrical tape and random USB parts after digging out a broken one from the trash. And it don't work super good. But it was free, therefore I could afford it. Alright, where were we? Put a new webcam on your throne. It's fine. Besides, I've got a bunch of other crap on the throne that no one's buying, so, like, whatever. Even if it's on there, it's not like a high priority anyway. It works enough. And I've got something else that I can use as a webcam, kind of. I just need a little bit of super glue. And I just need to find a place that sells it. Well, I guess I don't necessarily need super glue. I could use nails. Nails might work. I have nails. Probably got a better camera, but that'll have to deal with some other stuff. Okay, evaluation to see if the crap actually works. Next chapter, we present our methodology. A thorough and objective evaluation of the remote viewing program. Government thought of 3 broad objectives. First and primary objective was to provide scientifically compelling evidence for this existence. So, DBZA? Dragon Ball Z Abridged Nail? Nani? I only think I watched, like, the very start of Dragon Ball Z Abridged when it first got popular and then stopped caring, so... God, that was back when, like, Red vs. Blue was popular, like Rooster Teeth and whatnot. That was like 1,000,000 years ago. Anyway, the second objective was identify causal mechanisms, which apparently they failed at. It's still working, okay. I mean, they bought a GPU off my throne because I kept hammering on and on and on and on about it. Because I needed it to stream at all. Which, like... I wouldn't have to do that for everything. I mean, I could do that for everything, but I won't have to do that for everything. I'd rather just shove everyone into the Patreon instead. Like that. Third objective of the research program was identify techniques and procedures. Okay. Blue ribbon panel. Got some more nerds in there to do crap. Bunch of scientists did stuff. None of this seems particularly stuff that I care about. This is all about boring methodology bullshit. Oh, they consider remote viewing a social science. You would carefully consider the studies recommended, empirical studies, was there statistically significant effect, could they observe effective any, So this is all just methodology crap. Which is not super interesting. I should put music on. I'm going to go put music on. What music should I put on? Do you have any recommendations? Because otherwise I'm just going to do Elden Ring Relaxing Mix a bajillion years. There we go. Hip to fuck bees. Don't listen to your brain. It isn't rational to put music on. I'm going to anyway. It's certainly irrational within my context. What's the audio mix looking like for you guys? It's fine, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. It varies somewhat during the history of program. Viewers typically methodology. No one piece of evidence presents unequivocal support for usefulness for program. Comprehensive picture must be contained by doing everything. We had to interview a bunch of crap. This is all about meta-analysis and talking about doing interviews and not the interviews themselves, which makes this extremely less useful. Oh, here we go. 4 types of course. They were asked 4 types of questions. We're not going to tell you what they were. Fuck off. Okay, I guess we'll go to the next chapter because this is useless. Present the conclusion drawn by 2 experts after reviewing the research studies on remote viewing. Oh, this isn't actually even Elden Ring music. Uh-oh. That's Elden Ring vibes, not actual music. Elden Ring vibes, because probably copyrighted, and you might, like, strike this stream for it. It's probably AI generated, even. But either way, we'll switch to actual Elden Ring, honestly. It seemed unfamiliar for Elden Ring. It seemed too, like, in your face in the way Elden Ring music isn't. If that makes sense. Remote viewing research, psychic functioning. Using the standards applied to any other area of science, it is concluded that psychic functioning has been well established, far beyond what is expected by chance. Arguments that results can be explained to methodological gabagool flaws in the experiments are soundly refuted. Replicated across the world, consistency cannot be explained by flaws or fraud. Attitude of psychic functioning is between the range between social and small and medium effect. The line left, we've replicated and conducted an experiment with 6 different childs. She had long-run statistical need for replicability. It doesn't appear that a sender is needed. Precognition, in which the answer is known to no one until a future time, appears to work quite well. So they don't need someone who knows about it ahead of time. They can just, like, tell a guy to do a thing and he can. Recent experiments suggest that if there is a psychic sense, it works like the other senses, detecting change. Playing Katamari Damacy music when your stream abruptly ended? I don't remember that at all, actually. What? When was I playing Katamari Damacy music? Yeah, remember, he is pretty shit, so you're gonna have to tell me more than just I was playing Katamari Damacy music, because I have streamed Katamari Damacy. Streaming Palworld. Oh, that was way back then. No, that was actually terminated because I was playing Rome earlier. That was not terminated by Katamari Damacy, but by Rome. Yes, I do remember that part. And yeah, that was specifically a YouTube-only thing as well. Okay, focusing on how that works, so as to make it as useful as possible. This is a report to examine body of evidence collected over the past few decades and an attempt to... So it's just as good as any other science that relies on statistics, which is to say, not super good, but close enough. Any discussion based on belief should be limited to data-driven. Create the existence of psychic functioning on the basis of the personal belief system rather than an examination of the data. Yeah! Yeah, people do be like that. Data doesn't matter. Social proof are the only thing that matters. There's a handful of turbo autists who actually evaluate data because they don't care about social proofs. And it is upon them that the curse of free will falls on. Objectives report to provide a brief overview of recent data as well as scientific tools necessary for a careful review. Government-sponsored research. Most recent work. Okay. two types of functioning that are generally considered in the broad definition of magic: extrasensory perceptions and psychokinesis. They prefer it as anomalous cognition and anomalous perturbation. Rome like NSO? What? Not Rome like that. Rome like Jerome something? What the hell is that dude's name? Let me Google that. Jerome Reuter of Luxembourg. It is a neo-folk band. I am a big fan of them. They do good songs. Okay, so they eventually decided on the terms anomalous cognition and anomalous perturbation. May as well write that down. Eventually titled Anomalous Cognition and Anomalous Perturbation. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in if they have anything related to psychokinetic stuff, because, like, from what I understand, psychokinetic stuff generally isn't, like, super good. Like, I know a guy who knows a guy who had all sorts of crazy pyrokinetic abilities, but, like, the actual limitation of what he could do with them could be replicated by carrying a lighter around. On the other hand, being able to do lighter around style effects without a lighter could be potentially useful for certain types of crime, which is potentially interesting. And I think there was some monk somewhere, like in the Himalayas or whatever, that could also, like, light a fire just by, like, throwing his hand at it, and, like, basically throwing an invisible Hadoken that caused, like, small bits of heat enough to, like, set a leaf on fire. I feel like those would be useful skills to have in a survival scenario. But past that, I don't think they're actually going to be particularly useful. Also, I think it'd be a really fun party trick to just throw a fireball at a guy. Yeah, I do know about how if everyone focuses their attention on a thing, the random number generator gets all fucking weird. That's a well-documented psychic phenomena. If it comes from another person, it's telepathy. If it comes from real-time, it's clairvoyance. And if it's called the future, okay, so I guess they're... So they go through all this time and effort trying to redefine various forms of extrasensory perception to anomalous cognition and anomalous perturbation, and then they say, fuck it, throw in the towel and just go with telepathy, clairvoyance, and precognition. Are you saying quantum mechanics affects RNG? Yes. This is well documented. There is actually a research group that just has a thing constantly generating random numbers, and they're able to check if the randomness of the numbers stops being random, and if so, that means something important happened. They don't know what. It's possible to identify apparent precognition by accident when it describes something which the correct answer isn't known in a later time. More difficult than real precognition experiments attempting to test telepathy or clairvoyance. It's almost... Oh, that's interesting. The issue with identifying telepathy and clairvoyance is that precognitives might just use that to get the correct answer. Yeah, magic is just like some people tried things and in that specific context it worked, so they wrote it down. And you need to apply the scientific method to, like, magic rituals to try and sort of reverse engineer what the exact principle is. And that's kind of related to what they're doing. Really, what I mean the CIA is doing. most magic is bupkis, not because, like, it wasn't true for the person using it, but because there are extremely likely details that they did not know about and therefore could not write down. It's sort of like how early chemistry was plagued by the fact that nobody had any method whatsoever to actually control for the purity of the ingredients, and they just sort of had to friggin', like, guess. What about turning lead into gold? Oh, they've already done that. Like, that's just a thing. Like, lead into gold is an actual process that exists in real life. The issue is that the amount of energy it takes to turn lead into gold is a higher cost than the amount of gold you get from it by a factor of several thousand. So, we can do it. It's not worth it. And I just find that deeply funny. As long as condition experiments for a free response. Oh, wait, I skipped this paragraph. Remote viewing. Ask the viewer questions. Monitor is blind to the answer as well. Sometimes the sender is looking at the target through the session, but sometimes he's no sender. In most cases, the viewer eventually receives feedback in which he or she learns the correct answer, thus making it difficult to rule out precognition as the explanation for positive results, whether or not there was a sender. Yeah. Most magic experiments were free response, in which they were described. You asked to describe a target. In contrast, a forced choice experiment, where their choice, which are always used to get. Yeah, I mean, once someone thinks about something long enough, if he is a person possessed of free will, he can invent a term for it, and therefore make it possible to be discussed. But, like, it's what Plato talked about with the tyranny of language. It's hard to have discussions about stuff and communicate information about things without first having words for it. This is why basically every single philosopher invents all sorts of random bullshit to justify what they're talking about, like Stirner's spooks, or Evola's divine pattern, or Darwin's natural selection. And hello, M_O_V_I. Yeah, easier to evaluate statistically when there's just a multiple choice, but not as easy to get good data from because it's easier just to pick the right thing. Few of them are perfectly replicable on demand. Best hitters in Major League Baseball cannot hit on demand. Good metaphor. Isn't that Nazi who wrote about the racial soul or whatever? Not a Nazi. Wasn't he, like, Spanish? I think it was like that. But yes, he did say, or at least strongly imply, that he believed races had different oversouls, which led them to different behavior patterns. I find it said within Elden Ring. Can't imagine that, because that's too goofy. And doesn't make sense. Like, there isn't enough text within Elden Ring for you to find these documents to begin with. Also, I think he used the term esoteric Hitlerist, which I just find, like, the funniest category possible. Like, it sounds like the shit you'd see on 4chan, but it's real. It's great. I love it. Cannot predict whether or not a horse run, not a home run, a horse run, thank you autocorrect, will occur in a particular game. That does not mean the home runs don't exist. Scientific evidence is based on the step. This is a definition of how science works for the reader's benefit. In any area of science. I mean, I'm not even sure it's wasted here because they did confirm that it worked. That's what comparing. Yeah, this is all about methodology and how to evaluate stuff. Great, I already know how the science works. Yes, we erroneously find a statistically significant result about 5% of the time if it's just random. Yep, they have to explain p-values, and Congress know what they're talking about. True replication experiments, p-value. And our hypothetical sex determination, suppose 70 out of 100 births boys actually resulted in boys, for a rate of 70% of the 51 expected by chance. This would have a p-value of very small, ruling out chance. Someone replicated and got 7 boys. The p-value. Yeah, this is just explaining how statistics work. That's not what I'm here for. I don't care about p-values. Right, but I'm not here to fund them. I already understand p-values. I just think it's annoying that I have to read through them because they're dumbing it down for Congress. Look, Atropa, there are people, the normies who read this report don't conclude that it doesn't exist because they didn't absorb information from the report. It is that they come in with a preconception and then look for justifications to not have to update their belief system. Which is a very different way of thinking about how people work and is a lot more actionably useful, I guess. Rudy Cialdini is absolutely... I think it's Rudy Cialdini? I know it's Cialdini. Let me double check to make sure I got the name right. Robert Cialdini. Okay, that's the one. It was in our name. Robert Cialdini actually is fantastic for this. Because his entire job is about how to, like, hijack the human brain to get what you want from people. And he is fantastic at it. One of the best in the business. And it turns out humans basically don't think. Like, ever. Like, humans do not have the capacity to logically evaluate information. They have the capacity to convince themselves that they do. And then they rely on social proofs or innate wants to come to a conclusion that supports them doing the thing they already do. Or if you're familiar with Stirner and his ramblings about the rational egoist and what it has, the easiest way to think of it is that every human is innately an egoist and uses and discards spooks based on what they can want to do. Which is to say, Stirner's understanding of spooks is backwards, but a useful tool for describing it. Close the loopholes. Okay, this is a long thing about methodology to make sure it's not corrupted. I don't care about that part. Oh my god, more dumbing it down for Congress. Alrighty. Now we're actually in the part that matters. The SRI era. According to Putoff and Targ, scientific research may have never been supported, had not been 3 apparently successes. Okay. So they got really lucky at the start and people assumed it was a real thing and then found out that it was just, like, getting lucky. But with that, they were able to determine that it was a real thing. With that way of thinking, you can't get into really conclusions, you're just left with an unsolved universe. Kinda. Also, Flavorful VT, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome, raiders. No, not raid, shout out. Why did you fill in username? What do you mean doesn't exist? There we go. And if you are not familiar, Raiders, I am Allbones Jones, a guy who has decided to just go completely insane and stream weird bullshit, and that includes CIA reports. And that is what I am doing today, right now. I am reading over the CIA reports on psychic bullshit or magic powers, no matter how you want to define it. It's more useful to have the illusion of a solved universe? Yes. By pretending that you are rational, you save calories versus having true information. And that is selected for evolutionarily. So people do that because it's better to do that. And as much as humans dream of being rational and operating logically, that's a bad idea, so we don't. And for those of you who don't know what the hell Project Stargate is and whatnot, basically, magic powers were a real thing, and the CIA has declassified a bunch of stuff relating to them, and which parts were useful. They determined that psychokinetics was not. Or sorry, not psychokinetic powers, anomalous perturbation. Because if they called it psychokinetics, they couldn't get funding. Third report, operational success. Description of a large crane and other information from the USSR. Verified to be highly accurate. Evaluation of operational work remains difficult because there is no baseline for comparison. Guy scrying on one USA and one Soviet secret funder and source report. Yeah. Yeah, the big issue is that the people judging the remote viewing their evaluation of whether or not something is accurate is completely subjective, which is an issue of statistically quantifying it. During the 70s, trying to see anything. Xerox machine, swimming pool. Largest was doing natural sites. Which were not reused once they'd been selected. 8 viewers. High degree of subjective correspondence, but statistical results were quite striking. In a good way, in a bad way? Selection of sites with a replacement, statistical storing method. Having a blind judge attempt to match the target with the transcripts. Okay. Large fraction of the matches were successful. Targeted in the previous session. That is a bit of an error, isn't it? If I was streaming Funger and a lot, would I win more coin flips? Not necessarily, but I believe the coin flips would be a lot more streaky. I'd have to double check on that. It's been a while since I looked into it, but I think it just means that numbers start just generating more straightforwardly rather than properly or randomly. And the end result of that would get filtered through the RNG function in JavaScript, and I would know how that affects coin flips, because it's already very streaky. You have philosophy of right until proven wrong. So get actual results. You can't think of them again, but if you read stuff, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, it is good enough for surviving, and that's the only metric that matters, unfortunately. Okay. Criticisms could have resulted in improved methodology. Yeah, methodology issue is cool. $20,000 were the force type, and just over 1,000 were remote viewings. 227 subjects. Results were so overwhelming that That results that extreme or more would occur about once in every 120 such instances if chance alone is the explanation. Obviously, some other psychic functioning may not be the only possibility. So yes, the analysis was that it wasn't methodological. It wasn't gabagool that was the problem. Why can I not say that word? Doing an RNG PK test. Ooh, Atropa, tell me about that. I'm curious and engaging one of those because, like, I haven't particularly, tested myself with, like, RNG manipulation stuff because it didn't seem practical at the time. But I'm generally good at, like, everything, so I figured I'd be amazing at that. And I'm kind of curious how good I can get on my first try to dunk on everyone. Pre-response. More definitions. Institute of Noetic Sciences. Well, I guess I will put that in my tabs. And come back to it later. Describe a target was much more successful than forced choice. 6 selected individuals whose performance exceeded that of unselected subjects. Some people are better at it, and there were 6 of them. So the belief doesn't matter, but doing the agreed upon action matters. How did the Free Occultist said that? That's news to me. But also, even if you have a billion different philosophies, the only one that matters is the one with, like, statistically significant results. As screening efforts found that 1% of those who guessed were actually good at it. Okay. In the practice of a variety of training techniques work to improve remote viewing ability. Easier to find than train good remote viewers. Okay. Writing that down. Not clear whether or not feedback is necessary, but it does appear to provide a psychological boost that increases performance. Okay. Distance between the subject and the target does not. I think I already have that written down. Distance doesn't affect quality. Electromag shields do not affect quality. Precognition, in which the target is selected after the visual has given description, is also successful. No evidence supports psychokinesis. Interesting. Consistency with other laboratories. Hallmark of a real phenomena is that it's replicable. Methodological standard about viewers up and undertaken, but similar regime did it and it worked. Okay. Talking about the p-values. The video teams had to focus more on the SAC because they provide a varied set. 10 experiments. 6 of them involved remote viewing and 4 did not. Give me a second. There we go. Brief description of the experiments, discussion of the methodology. I can't remember if p-value was good or bad. AC with binary coding. Okay, AC is anomalous cognition here. Positive effect size represents positive results. So the more positive, the better. Got it. Remote viewing experiments. Target dependencies was good. Binary coding was bad. Lucid dreams was kind of not super relevant. Lucid Dreams pilot was extremely successful. I don't know what ERD, anomalous cognition behavior, is. Entropy 2 was super successful, but I don't know what that is. What the hell is Entropy 2? Binary targets was somewhat successful. MEG replication. Ooh, more charts. Permitted to take the targets home with them in sealed envelopes. That's the effect size the most homogeneous level possible and the information is provided. Overall effect sizes for each viewer and total effect sizes for each experiment are weighted. Experiment 5 did not include any expert viewers. 6 included 4 expert, but separate results were not provided. Specifically designed target test. Just give me the conclusions. Yes, you already know about replicability. Okay, single out laboratory remote viewing sessions. Okay, complaining about the methodology not being precise enough. Viewers 009 and 372 were very close to the SRA effect size. So there's a bunch of people with significantly above average success. Very close to a 1.0 correlation between those individuals. So certain individuals are good at it. That's all this is saying. Methodological issues. No one has knowledge. This is all just mythology. Gabagool. Something to be defined in advance, so it's not decided to a halt when the just have to be favorable. Number of trials in advance, but some statistics require other stopping rules. Each viewer would contribute 40 trials, 10 under each of 4 conditions. All sessions were completed. Was anything learned? Change in visual entropy between targets and remote viewing performance. Each of the 5 senses with which you're familiar as a change factor. Blah, 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 blah. Experiments 1 and 10 were to test if remote viewing performance would be related to change in the target material. Such as one where the colors changed consistently. Okay, well, considerably. Okay, so stuff that changes is easier to see, just like every other sense. How psychic functioning works, traveling with the concept of time, cannot rule out precognition being consistent with current understanding. Perhaps it is the case that we do have a psychic sense like our other senses, and that it works by scanning the future for major change, which is how eyes scan for environmental change. That idea is consistent with reports of precognition, which are generally concerned with events involving major life change. Laboratory remote viewing may in part work by someone directing the focus at a particular point in the future to which he receives feedback from the experiment. It may also be the case that this same sense can scan the environment in actual time to detect change as well. Okay! So that that actually kind of gels with my theory on how the psychic sense works. So if you're familiar with people that have been, like, in war zones and, like, fought wars and not just, like, hung out at base, every single one of them has a story of one of the guys saying, I've got a really bad feeling about this, and then people choosing to listen to that guy? What was that? And then it saving their lives. This means that, presumably, the psychic sense works similarly to all other senses in that its primary value is keeping the body long enough to reproduce. People that develop this psychic sense would innately be better at, Do I have a deterministic framework on all of reality or only for this dimension? You're gonna have to define those terms. Because I'm not sure what you mean precisely. But where was I? Yeah, anyway, so they would, like, get a bad feeling about something, everyone would listen, and then people wouldn't do it. And this correlates with how basically every other sense works, in that it's good enough to keep you alive and doesn't need to do anything more than that. And just like every other sense, it is based around, like, making sure you reproduce. And if you've dealt with people who've lived in war zones, all of them swear by this just being a thing that is important to listen to, because the people who choose not to listen to it generally don't come back. Sounds like instincts. Yeah, kind of. It's basically implying that instincts are time agnostic. And, like, if there was a way to get time-agnostic information about the consequences of a decision, developing a sense for that would be really useful. So, if one exists, it is presumably, like, a great example of this is how taste works. Your stomach, when you get a craving for something, it is typically because it has some sort of something that your body thinks that it really needs or wants, and tries to make you eat it. It doesn't know the individual elements like salt or potassium or sulfur or whatever, but it does want to make you eat it because whatever it was last time has something that it detects that it needs in the future. None of this occurs at the conscious level. This is just a way that your body tries to guide you into taking decisions that help benefit your survival. And it would make perfect sense if the psychic sense, just like the you need specific things in your body right now sense, just worked like that. All of reality equals all its existence, assuming there's existence beyond perceived universe, determined existence, everything that's decided. So you are asking if I believe that this universe is purely deterministic. I would say the existence of precognition implies that it probably isn't. So if I crave meat, I must need meat. Yeah, basically. If you crave meat, it's because your body wants you to eat meat, because it probably needs meat to keep you alive. And, like, it makes sense for psychic powers to work that way. Instinct is something more than animals have, usually animal nature. Intuition is usually irrational, but somewhat being true without any means to really explain why. I mean, not having means to explain why doesn't mean that there isn't means to explain why, just that humans are not aware of it. Like, basically nobody knows how a microwave actually works, but it does. Like, it just, there's the humming and then food hot, but no fire? Most likely to be successful if the pool of potential targets is neither narrow nor too wide in terms of the number of possible elements in the target. Target pool bandwidth. Target is a high change in visual entropy and that's a moderately sized set of possibilities. Okay. Remote staring. Provided results very different from standard remote viewing work. Results test claims the Soviet Union that researchers in the United States that includes influence the physiology of another individual from a remote location. 2 separate replications of the same experiment. Both replications were successful. Okay. That's interesting. Remote staring. If you feel like you're being watched, you are. Confirmed and replicated. Experiment 2 is also very different from the standard remote viewing experiment, although it was still designed to test anomalous cognition. 3 subjects don't use statistical analysis. Guessing was indeed enhanced by statistical enhancement technique to increase the ability to guess forced choice target. Oh, clever computer. One subject managed to get it to 76%, but everyone else was not good at it. Okay. I wonder if they'll go into detail about what the statistical enhancement technique is, because that seems very good to know. Let me write that down. Look into statistical enhancement technique. Primary activity, other anomalous cognition, calls the Gons field? Is that in the SAC final report of Gons field experiments? Mild altered state is used. Okay, so they drug the guy. Okay. The telepathy does a thing, and then the receivers do their own judging. There's be meditation suggested by the Monroe Institute. Okay. Rather than using the sum of ranks. So we got many first place smashes for series. Should be about 25%. For a hit rate of 32%. It's not a huge change. But it is a change that is observable. They put ping pong balls on their eyes. Okay. That is, I guess, technically an edited state. Also did it for a hit rate of 30%. So the results are slightly above average. Hit rate of 33%. Okay. What results from 100 sessions? 33 hits out of 100 sessions. Okay. So, using this, they could increase the hit rate from, on average, for a lot of people, from 1 in 4 to 1 in 3. But some people are particularly good at it. This was replicated a bunch. Feeling of being watched often comes from seeing something watching in peripheral vision and the information not being saved in your short-term memory, leaving those that uncomfortable feeling of being watched. Apparently, Needleskane, it is also a thing that triggers when someone in another room decides to use psychic powers to look at you, because that was replicated repeatedly with an incredibly high success rate. Literally just guessing most of the time. Okay. Yeah, 33% does not seem good. Like, it's in effect. Everything has been exceptionally replicated across a number of laboratories. Not such unusual. Is remote viewing useful? The important question. Cancel experiments are not good proofs. I mean, going from like 1 in 4 to 1 in 3 is not huge, just like I said. Some speculation can be made about how to... For anomalous cognition is something general in population. None of the Gansel's experiments use previously selected objects. Individuals possess more talent than others, so it can be useful to determine them and train them. Viewer 372 appears to have a ability with described technical sites. Remote viewing is useful. The end user must be trained in what it can do and cannot do not. Rarely 100% accurate, so there's no reliable way to learn what data is accurate or not. What is useful for one person may not be useful in another. Remote viewer can describe a setting in which a hostage is being held. Not be any use to people who aren't useful to familiar with it. So that the author is possible and has been demonstrated. The conclusion is not based on belief, but rather than commonly accepted scientific criteria. Okay, so magic is real. Got it. We have progressed very far in understanding the mechanism. What is not so clear is that we have progressed very far in understanding the mechanism. That does not appear to be necessary at all. Feedback to the correct may not be necessary. Beyond those conclusions, we know very little. Okay. I believe it would be wasteful to continue to look for proof. So they concluded that it's a real thing and they don't know the mechanism yet. Effect used with rank order judging. Bunch of math. SAIC experiments. I mean, presumably. I don't see any reason that it wouldn't be heritable the way most traits are. Oh yeah, I mean, this is like a 30-year-old report. They've definitely kept at it if it's presumed to be a real thing. The center is necessary for viewing, and without the dynamic targets, short video clips result in more than moderate difference. Okay. Yeah, the binary coding one is what I'm interested in. Four with possible combinations of absence or presence, so things had 5 number of features. Has to do with the aforementioned FH2A receptors. I'll take your word for it. I don't know enough about them to make a judgment. Okay, 5 viewers, 8 trials. Same many targets were used for all viewers. Now center used. Viewers were told the fixed location for a week. 15 minutes trying to dodge the target, then fax their responses to the SAIC in California. Unsuccessful in showing any evidence of psychic functioning. AC and lucid dreams. Not involve lucid dreaming. What? Your 8 trials using a standard targets were randomly chosen from targets. Three novice viewers, one promising effect size of 7 to 6. So then where does lucid dreams? What? Okay, so I guess try to remote view while dreaming? Where are you dreaming? Okay, so people do know how to train lucid dreams. Decided for remote viewing can be successfully employed while having a lucid dream. Method. Blind judge using the standard sum of ranks. The majority of viewers contributed only 1 or 2 trials. Analysis by individual would be meaningless. For the 21 trials combined, the effect size was 365 with a p-value of 0.5. Great. Oh, did the music run out? No, it's still there. Okay. But using this... Number of trials differ for each viewer, with some doing specific things. Explained as Experiment 8. Oh, okay. Because we jumped from straight 6 to 9. I didn't even see that. I kind of want to go straight to Experiment 8 because I'm curious now. Experiment 7. What's Experiment 8? Experiment 2. 10. Oh, that's annoying. Guess we'll find out later what the brainwaves did. Target full bandwidth. Static and dynamic targets for identical at X sizes. Not knowing remote viewing. Trying to measure brain activity. Magnetoencephalograph. Detect anomalous signals in the brain. Due to the background noise in the brain measurements and the expected strength of the signal, the experimentals realized too late that they would not be able to detect the signal, even if it existed. AC of binary targets, results. Huh. So, doing the binary targets thing, which is just randomly pulling a prediction from a computer, mostly doesn't work, except for this one guy who got it right 3/4 of a time. And he is pretty much the entire reason it worked at all, because he's good at reading computers. Okay. The other 2 subjects did not differ from chance results. Okay, so there's one guy who can do it, but it's not useful for most people. People who know when they're being watched can be supported by change in physiology. The observee was seated in a room with a video camera focused on him or her, and with galvanic skin response measurements. We should study that guy. Yeah, they did. Like, they gave him extra attention because he apparently has powers out of his notes. During control periods, the video camera remained focused on the observee, but the computer monitor did not display his image. There were 16 influence periods randomly interspersed with 16 control periods, each of 30 seconds. With blank periods of 0 to 5 seconds, it's hard to rule out patterns in physiology. And hello, Gnomer 315. Have you ever had a falling dream where you actually hit the ground? No. Actually, maybe. I don't remember most of my dreams anymore because, like, brain damage, but whatever. Greater activity in the skin being watched than there was during the control periods. Statistically significant. Yeah, it happens to little skin. Like, the pain from dreams, like... I once had a dream that I still kind of vividly remember where I think a stick turned into a snake and constricted around my left leg really, really painfully, and I just kept doing it. And I woke up the next day and had bruises in the same places there. Just sort of spiraling around the leg from where the snake was gripping me. Hey, Archie on 101. Just reading spooky bullshit, as I do. Not, typically on stream, but hey, why not monetize your hobbies, right? Turns out some bitch was just in your apartment? I mean, maybe, but there wasn't anything wrapped around my leg when I woke up. Greater activity during the galvanic skin when there was during the control period. Statistically significance. That's substantially stronger when the observers were opposite sexes than they were of the same sex. Really? Now, isn't that interesting? And hello, Kronovsky. Two people to them. It raises substantially more questions than it answers. Since the mechanism for the shift in physiology is unknown, possibly ranges the idea that the observer was able to know when the computer was in his. So the possibility that the observer did influence of the physiology of the observee. Okay, so it could be just that he was aware that the thing was displaying him as a possible. What was said? I didn't catch on. Basically, it turns out almost every single person can tell when they are being watched remotely. And also, they have an easier time picking it up when it is someone of the opposite sex. Evaluation program on anomalous mental phenomena. Professor Utz and I are given the task of evaluating. Yeah, we don't need another introduction. This is the other report. Science based on communal activity. It's not super useful. So he believes that non-chance effects are not a thing, the methodological flaws have not been dismantled, and the SIC results are not consistent with other experiments. I don't think that's quite it, NX, though, because I don't think a man would be able to pick up on being watched by a woman. And that would be the threat that he's dealing with. There's complaining that because it's secret, it's not, debugged by other people. Talking about the history of parapsychology, who cares? We're forgetting effect size is not the same thing as recurrence of anomalous mental phenomena. So he thinks that there isn't enough data that builds on each other. Okay. Shifting database. Uses the Gansfield data and they assert the existence, but completely discard earlier data. Some meta-analysis, not meta-analysis. Psychic function is well established. Okay. You know what? If we're going to move on to a new report, it sounds like a good time for me to get some tea. So I will be right back. righty, tea time is over, or perhaps I've acquired more tea, whichever one you want to think about it as. Other signs of defining phenomena can be reliably observed and not requiring direct statistical measures to justify existence. Yeah, he doesn't like it because it doesn't have the most obvious effects. Primary phenomena was never in question. Okay. Would I say I'm resistant against or vulnerable to suggestion techniques? I'd say it depends on the technique. A lot of things that work on most people will not work on me because I think differently from most people, but there are certain things that still work on me. Like, broadly speaking, hypnotism, the normal methods of hypnotism just don't work. Because, like, they involve a trust state with the hypnotizer that I genuinely cannot achieve because I am incapable of actually trusting people. Like, my understanding of trust is that I have a knife against their neck and they do what I want them to. Monroe tips. I don't know if I'm probably pretty prone to them. Yeah, the less you know about suggestive techniques, the more vulnerable you are to them generally. It's one of those, like, leveling your intelligence stat raises your resistance to magic damage type of things. Okay, so because he cannot... Okay, he doesn't buy it because there is nothing physical enough for him to produce it, so he simply assumes that it is not true, and then has a bunch of reasons to justify it afterwards, which he dresses up in scientific language. So I'm not super interested in seeing what he's seeing. Like, if you're familiar with predicting how people work, you understand that there is no amount of information that will ever sway this man. He has come to previous conclusions and would only change his mind if he is the last guy in the room and everyone thinks he's stupid. I guess I'll add in another tab for the Monroe tapes. Okay. So I'm not super interested in him whining. Taking pains, which random. Which isn't to say that, like, his analysis of something can be, like, anti-information. It's just that any information he presents will be fit into his own worldview. It doesn't mean the information is untrue, though. So it's still worth reading him. The use of the same judge across all experiments. The sole judge in all the free response experiments, which, yeah, that would be an issue. May white recognize use bridge to refer to any object that is on water. Okay. Yeah, there are some features that violate scientific credibility. They want the same thing with different judges. Okay. Asking me to keep my guard very down is a bit like asking me to not be disgusted by the smell of rotten meat. Like, it is a reflex response. I do not have a conscious mediation over it. It is ingrained. Obviously, I do not believe contemporary science justifying have been proven. But the latest findings should make them optimistic. So he is even willing to admit that there is a strong amount of evidence for it, but he says that evidence doesn't live up to his personally defined threshold. Yeah, right there. Inexplicable statistic departures are a far cry from compelling evidence. That is actually very compelling evidence. But he would not want to, like, he says a bunch of things that are unsupported right there because they fit into his assumptions, and therefore he assumes he doesn't need to support them. That is how you tell when someone is struggling with cognitive dissonance. Yeah, evidence that would be accepted in any other field aren't accepted because I don't want them to. So what would be compelling evidence? Okay. So if they changed out the judges and did a bunch of other things, he would say that it'd be compelling evidence. But honestly, I don't think he would. This reads like a guy who would have all of these met and then move the goalpost. Like, I've seen this behavior pattern before. You've probably seen it yourself if you've ever, like, disagreed with someone on Twitter and attempted to, in good faith, bridge the conversation. Eventually, they retreat to a point that is ultimately non-falsifiable and then accuse you of not being able to live up to these ridiculous standards. Faced with a possible... yeah, even if they achieve that state of affairs, we are faced with an anomaly, but not necessarily anomalous cognition. They'll have to devise a positive theory of the paranormal before they'll be in a position to claim that observed anomalies indicate paranormal functioning. Reasonable, honestly. But again, even if they did that, he would not accept it. No way of specifying the boundary conditions for anomalous mental phenomena. Yeah. The decline effect was once used as an important side for psychic. Okay. It existed in data whose investigators neither knew of its existence nor had they been seeking it. Da, 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 da. Yes. Although they found this thing that is true, the reliance on it emphasizes problems. What should one conclude when data, as with the case of the shows significant departure from the null hypothesis, but no decline effect? As long as they do not interpret the typically signs are sought. The placement effects. Yeah, this is a bunch of projection. Hilariously. Easiest way to explain that. He says that they are seeking out excuses to support their presupposed conclusions while doing that himself. It's a weird thing humans do for some reason. Still don't understand why. Yes, if the null hypothesis is rejected and none of these hidden signs of psi can be found in the data, the investigator still claims the presence of psi. Now, if we scroll up a bit, where did he say it? Inexplicable statistic departures from chance, however, are a far cry from compelling evidence for anomalous cognition. He is literally doing right there what he accused the others of. So most of his complaints are just bunk. Produced evidence of anomaly that requires explanation. Okay, so they found things that aren't explained, and they're trying to find an explanation. And he's complaining that their hypothesis doesn't meet his personal criteria. Are there any SCP games? I don't know. I've never played an SCP game. Not once. I've never played a single SCP game. Okay, confident that an anomaly has been demonstrated. So while he doesn't disagree that an anomaly has been demonstrated, he is doing everything he can to pick at the conclusion from the anomaly has been demonstrated to psychic functioning is real, including attacking the anomaly being demonstrated. There are several SCP games. Apparently one of them was really popular for a while. The Chud alternative to SCP's 001? What? Is Voices of the Void an SCP game? I thought it had its own universe with the anti-breathers and whatnot, which is such a good name. Oh my god, that is such a good name. Anti-breather. Yeah, it's not an SCP game. That's what I thought. RPC Authority. Okay, yeah, I mean, there's not an SCP game. It's a DIA game. I'm just skipping most of this. Confirm the existence of a viewing ability that would be pointless to use a practical explanation. If scientific research confirms the existence of anomalous conditions, it would have useful explanation. So even if they confirmed that it existed, it would say that it is not. We have no way of determining which portion of the information is accurate. It's a very good point. You actually just shoot stuff. In Voices of the Void, you do a bunch of science stuff, and you can't... Actually, did they add guns? I think they might have added guns. But yeah, it's a workaday job simulator where you just, press buttons and download alien signals and, refine them and decryptographize them and occasionally go around repairing satellite dishes and whatnot. Fixing power outage, repairing damage, cleaning stuff up. It is an actual job simulator. Yes, if May is correct, 80% of all information is erroneous. And taking erroneous information into account may make matters worse than better. Cool. Not super interested in this part. I've played the devil's advocate in this report. I've argued for the case the existence of anomalous condition is shaky. I won't believe that essay as well as the display methodological and statistical sophisticated well above previous research. Despite better controls and careful use of statistical inference, the residuals seem to be getting significant results that do not appear to derive from more obvious flaws of previous research. Okay, cool. Gateway tapes. Noted. Very much consistent. Significant. Constitution judges blindly, which should be able to match. Yeah, it's a reasonable complaint. Trying to replicate the remote viewing studies by using the same viewers. Okay. Conclusions. Statistically and methodologically superior. Was hampered by secrecy and multiple demands placed upon it. Reasonable complaints. Cannot point to obvious flaws. Too recent and insufficiently evaluated, so flaws may exist, I just don't know them. Statistical departures from chance to be too large and consistent to statistical flukes. So he agrees that real effects are occurring. Consensus does not warrant the conclusion that psychic functioning has been demonstrated. So he agrees that remote viewing produces anomalous effects, but denies that it's psychic powers, which is an interesting take, let's say. Because he's arguing about the definitions of words at that point and not what happened in reality. Consistency. Yeah, effect size does not show its origin. This is word cell bullshit. He wants to rerun the experiments, but with independent judges. Basically concur with the assessment, but there are 3 issues he raised with regard to the scientific status. Not true that it lacks a database. Impressive for science is not so few resources. Yeah, he is kind of saying that, well, because you haven't been able to produce enough data from a lack of funding, we therefore should not give you more funding because you haven't produced data with no funding. Yeah, Annex Left. He is just butthurt that, like, he's not actually interested in truth. He's trying to preserve his worldview because threatened by new information. That's why he raises a lot of objections to the term. He isn't offended by the idea that psychic powers exist. He is offended by the idea that psychic powers, a term he has associated with being used by low-status individuals, may actually have higher status because they were more correct than him. And that bruises his ego, so he doesn't like it. Yep, and now the response is pointing out that a lot of things that he claimed didn't happen did happen, which is very typical for someone who is interpreting information as a status challenge rather than interpreting information. I think we can mostly skip past this as well. Variation of the causation problem. Conclusions. First question was if it produced a significantly significant effect, which was yes. Second question was the nature of these effects. Direct evidence has not been provided indicating this paranormal is viewers as the source of these effects, but it determines that there is an effect. And that due to reusing the same judge, which was required due to secrecy, they weren't able to localize the exact source of it. How do we know that it works? Well, it's statistically anomalous is how it works. So, no evidence that it's useful for intelligence gathering. They don't know what's causing it or why, but it happens. Relatively little to bouncing boundary conditions, the conditions in which the effects are and are not observed. Interesting. That's a good way to think about it. Research on remote viewing artifact. I mean, wouldn't the boundary condition just be when they can view a thing not with their eyes? But again, that's a psychological phenomena, which means that you don't have complete access to someone's brain, so it's not, like, perfect. Can't be possible to place a viewer anywhere near the target. Okay, if you're not related distance, sure. Bum. So they're quibbling about the difficulty in defining where the statistical anomaly begins and ends. The interviews. Users of the remote viewing service. Interview result of end users. Directly examine the accuracy and utility of the information being provided by the remote viewers and provided. Initial interest in the potential uses was linked to contact with the program manager. Try out the viewers on an exploratory basis. I provide information. Okay. Tests and viewers involve a number of different types of targets. All these targets were relevant. The information was vague. The reports were most likely to prove accurate with regard to general stereotypical characteristics of the situation. Reports were most likely to prove inaccurate with regards to concrete specifics. Large amount of irrelevant and often inaccurate information was often contained. And very inconsistent. So they were able to find that it was produced an effect but wasn't consistent. And never adequate for operational decisions. The utility of the information varied. So its value was based on whether or not they had anything else to use. Formal training as described in Appendix C. Ooh, we gotta look at Appendix C. Let me write that down. With regard to the procedures used in order for noted that So the viewer said, yeah, we can't really do what you're asking for. And complained about management. For the viewing, okay. But viewers commented that previous managers changed viewers' reports to make them more consistent. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's a death wound to making that practical. Ooh. Recruitment of clients was large due to congressional mandate. Conclusions. It wasn't very useful. That's basically it. There we go. Vague, not consistent, lacks specific contents, and adds a lot of erroneous information. Basically, it's about as useful as asking AI for your research on stuff. What viewing's got today? Viewing progress does not provide information of adequate specificity. Process is not widely accepted. Used experimentally only when it's difficult to begin with. Accuracy is limited, broad, and superficial. The research does not directly support operations relying on it. So it can produce information, but it's not specific enough to be actionable. I can just skip to the bullet points. Let's go. The conditions in which significant effects are observed are not likely to occur in intelligence operations because there's a large number of targets. Information provided by the technique tends to be vague, of course. Value, we've... So 2 people reviewed it. Significantly has been observed. Okay. So they notice that something. They both agree that something's weird going on. One of them believes that it is proof. One of them believes that it's not sufficient. Does not unambiguously. Adequate experimental theoretical evidence for the remote viewing has not been provided. So they would need a change in focus and methods to justify further funding. Remote viewing has been confirmed, but not been shown to have value in intelligence operations. Therefore, continued funding is not justified. Appendix A, Reviewer Vitas. Hello, Fugue1495. We're just getting to the appendices of a 200-page document. Applications. This is just talking about the people involved who don't care. Yeah, the skeptic was doing a lot of very obvious gymnastics to try and deny it. And while he did raise a few points, I feel it was very heavily undermined by the fact that he relied on these gymnastics. Like, he said that the effect was observed, but refused to concede the point that it could be called psychic powers because it made him feel bad. Bibliography. Where's Appendix C? That's the important one. Interview instructions. Gather information bearing the remote intelligence community. Question to be asked in the interview. You should begin the interview by knowing all information, particularly all information is confidential. State your name. Once you provide background information, work the questions, ask questions, let them answer it. Sketch out the answers provided. Take you about 90 minutes to complete the interview. Oh, yeah, no, I kind of generally agree that if this is the level of product being produced, it's probably not super useful, except in extremely desperate situations. But unambiguously, they confirmed that some part of it was real. Questions. Have you used the support of remote viewers? Have you used Remote 4? What information do you request and receive? Did it confirm your initial approach? Was it useful? Would you pay for the services of a remote viewer? Okay, viewers. What led you to become interested in the program? How were you selected? Were you provided with training? How much familiarity did you have with it? Was it helpful in doing your work? What were the major things you were assigned? How much background information do you have on the target? Was this background information useful? How do you typically do this? When multiple viewers worked on a tasking, were your viewing similar or different to each other? What could have been done to improve the usefulness of information? What led to your best and worst viewings? How could a program be managed to improve the accuracy? What action could have he taken to make you better at it? Bunch of stuff for the manager. Who cares about managers? Okay. Target operational use. Okay, person rather than a site. Which will involve an espionage. Provide a variety of information about the person. Four sequential viewings were provided and accompanied by reports. Verbal descriptions and drawings. High ground was not observed. High degree of agreement was not observed. Broad, highly ambiguous terms. Not held useful in the operational sense. Not held to yield substantial value due to inaccuracies. All right. Interview report. So the viewings were deemed useful for filling in background information. They were not useful for operations. Forensic Files episode. Is that a TV thing? Because if it's on TV, it's probably not real. Regardless of what it is. Like, if you go on TV and they tell you that the sky is blue, fucking question it. Viable petroleum would only be maintained if it was an in-house government activity. It would cost money. Because the users cannot identify specific locations in unambiguous terms, did not feel the procedures had any operational utility. Further research would have revealed a more specific, consistent information from viewers, it would have utility. Attachment 4. Conditions promoting accuracy. Ooh. Each of the 3 viewers used different techniques to generate viewings. One viewer used coordinate viewing coupled with meditation, used relaxation techniques in meditation, channeling, and automatic writing. Although the viewers tended to rely on different techniques, these techniques were not necessarily incompatible. All these techniques were physically and emotionally draining and resulted in products which were somewhat ambiguous and vague in nature. As a result, the ability of users to correctly interpret the findings of viewing was considered essential to successful application. So the issue is that people are going to have to learn to interpret it. The targets included people, given different amounts of details. Viewers noted a number of conditions that increased the accuracy of the reports. Quality of viewing suffered when they were presented with a large number of repetitive taskings over a short period of time. Okay, so it is an MP bar you drain. Also noted the quality suffered when the targets lacked intrinsic interest and when an external evaluation placed too much pressure. Okay. Certain people are just harder to scry. Knowledge-supportive users contributed to accuracy and effective use. More judicious use of background information might help. Earlier program managers had edited or changed viewers' reports. Asked to provide information about stuff. Users. Not super useful. Oh, we're already into Appendix D. Okay, well, we know what they did. It was automatic writing and meditations to figure it out. Rise targets, little as specific as possible to avoid telegraphing. Generic description. And so what are the conclusions? The rest of this doesn't super matter. Okay, so they did a thing where more accurate and more valuable got lower scores, so lower number good. I mean, I'd also describe like mental focus towards a task as an MP bar because like people just get tired of doing the same thing. The brain wears out. Okay. Accuracy tends to cluster around 2 and 3s, which may be true and possibly true. Cluster of low and of value. Okay. I see. So they're able to produce somewhat accurate information of moderate value. And that's it. Also the question if the evaluator was scoring it higher because of biases. People who are more skeptical evaluated them lower, which, like, obviously. So, if, there's water nearby, then okay, yeah. A lot of vague things that aren't super useful. Conclusions. Not super useful, but works. Yeah, that's sort of been my conclusion with stuff like curses and various other forms of harm magic. Like, just punch the guy. It works better. Like, you can do it, it's not good. That's all there is to it. Any attempt into the operational tasking aspects may not succeed. Operational user interviews. Positive regarding the outcome. Not sure user interviews are that useful because it just talks about how people felt about after using it. Oh, and that's the end of it. Now, the information provided in the enforcement was specific enough to be of value or warrant tasking a surveillance asset to collect on-site information as a result of information. So the in conclusion of the Stargate program was, I mean, it works, but not well enough to justify budget, and so it was scrapped. All right, what's this next one? Analysis and assessment of the gateway process, dated 1983. Do I really want to go through it? I don't know. It feels like that 180 something, 200-page document was probably enough. Yes, scrapped as far as we know. Officially, it was defunded for not being good enough. Okay. Direct acid sensory motor code pleasure centers, lower cerebral portions. Okay, this part has some interesting stuff in it. Look at the other things that I have. 80 pages, 17 pages, 15 pages, 56 pages, 2 pages. I'll start with the small ones and work my way up. Sufficiently coordinated or unable to pledge specific amount of funding. $56, 15, 17. All right, next up is going to be the 15. Remote viewing session conducted in compliance with a request for information. Source reported the following information. The target is located on the edge of a farming or light industrial town, an old-fashioned city. Elsewhere near the target is an open rolling ground with a lot of dirt roads. Several trucks were in the vicinity. Vehicles pick up their loads at a location. Okay. That's just describing what he saw, which was just some bumfuck nowhere in Slavland. Okay. It's a decent enough map. So this is what they were able to produce with remote viewing. Tractor. Viewer was given a sealed envelope which contained a geographic coordinate relating to the target. The remote viewer was given the following tasking during the session. Assess the target at noon local target time. Move ahead to midnight. The envelope containing the coordinate remained sealed throughout the entire session. Okay. Okay. So they were given coordinates within a sealed envelope and required to describe what happened in that place. Go aerial, get into one of the trucks, focus on the milk truck, follow the truck. Focus on the T-shaped building. Ask the man if this will last very long. Ask the right-hand man if this is normal. Look through the field glasses. Huh. Didn't say if it was accurate or not, just said that this is what was produced via remote viewing. Honestly, not bad sketches. Remote viewing procedures, local sites. Beginning the trial, remote viewers closeted with an interviewer in an isolated windowless room in the physics laboratory. Render drawings into target. Okay. Then take into a target site to obtain direct feedback. The division of labor is designed to mirror the two primary modes of cerebral functioning. Yeah, okay. Fucking YouTube video essayist before YouTube was invented over here. Targets are selected. Must be within half an hour drive of the facility. They add a bunch of specific targets. Definition of each target is written in advance. Number displays individual envelopes similarly numbered by target selection team. They are then turned over to the Then just some remote viewing and a route to the target. Appear to relax and discuss the protocols. Memory and imagination constitute noise in the channel, and therefore the closer you can get to raw, uninterpreted imagery, the better. He is encouraged to report raw perception rather than analysis, since the former tends to be correct while the latter is often wrong. This is a difficult task, similar to the perception of subliminal stimuli. It takes the full attention of the remote viewer. Yeah, this is the real shit. No hypnosis, strobe lab, or sensory deprivation procedures are used, since on our view, such novel environmental factors would divert some of the subject's much needed attention. Interviewer arranges ahead of time to have pen and paper available for drawing and a tape recorder. Interviewer asks the remote viewer to describe the impressions. Does not ask to do it continuously, because it might embroider description to please the interviewer, which results in lower accuracy. Just don't tell me where it is, just what you see. Most important thing is to shift him away from analysis and towards impressions. And so you have to surprise him with new viewpoints. Data come through before the viewer's psychological defenses block it out. Okay. Interesting. Want to recognize it again with a division of labor outline. Want to see the target information. Okay. So the remote viewer, if he hyper-focuses on something, stops being useful, so you need to have a second guy go basically smack him over the head and go, no, bad dog. Drawings need to be more accurate than verbalizations. Okay. Starting at pay attention to the environment as dictated by the structure on the target card. Returns to the lab. Target person returns, and after all the raw data is turned over, They proceed directly to the target site for feedback, which helps develop the remote viewer's sense of which aspects of his mental imaging process are correct and wrong. This appears to bring the RV trial to closure. So one of the best ways to train, let me write that down actually, that's useful. The best way to train is to RV a place and then go there to see what was wrong. Most critical is evaluation, and anything else dismissed as coincidence. Anything result less than perfect could be called into question, as generalized grass is green, sky is blue. Only blind differential discrimination can be useful. If your state is just correct, the resulting transcripts are then edited. Transcripts and target cards are arranged in a random order, different from the target. Then they're handed over to the judge to see if you can match them. They have a third guy look over the thing, see how accurate it is. Even in the case, in particular, it can be shown that if targets used with a race that are non-orthogonal, the method applies in the case where there is a trial-by-trial feedback. The target pool is known as Okay, so they are very worried about the guy knowing about it ahead of time. Okay. 29-pager. This seems to just be a meta-analysis of the thing. Okay. Hypnosis allows direct access to the lower parts of the brain. Screening incoming stimuli by categorizing. Okay, wait, hold on. This is actually important. The left hemisphere of the brain is the self-cognitive, verbal, and linear reasoning component of the mind. It fulfills the function of screening incoming stimuli by categorizing, assessing, and assigning meaning prior to allowing passage to the right hemisphere of the brain. The right hemisphere, which functions as the non-critical, holistic, non-verbal, and pattern-oriented component of the brain, appears to accept what the left hemisphere passes to it without question. Consequently, if the left hemisphere can be distracted either through boredom or through reduction to a soporific semi-sleep state, external stimuli to include hypnotic suggestions are allowed to pass unchallenged into the right hemisphere where they are accepted and acted upon directly. The result may involve an emotional reaction originating in the lower cerebral region, sensory motor responses requiring involvement in the cortex, and so on. Both the sensory and the motor cortices of the right cerebral portion of the brain contain a sequence of points known as the homunculus, which corresponds to points in the body. See Exhibit 1 next page. Third and lateral ventricles? Kind of hard to read. Annex Lab, I don't have an answer for you. It could be any of those. I don't know. I haven't done quantum stuff. I have no way to tell you that. I don't have that information. The simulation of the corresponding area, the cortex has a meter. Direction of the suggestion that the left leg is numb, but it reaches the right hemisphere unchallenged, is referred to the appropriate area of the sensory cortex, will result in an electrical reaction being generated that will induce the feeling of numbness. Okay, an attempt to maintain consistent self-narrative. Similarly, the suggestion that the person is experiencing a general feeling of happiness and well-being will be referred to the appropriate pleasure centers located in the lower cerebral portion of the cortex and right hemisphere, thereby inducing the suggested feeling of euphoria. Okay, so by shutting off the left hemisphere and feeding information, the right hemisphere acts on it and tries to make the self-narrative consistent. Finally, suggestions such as the one that informs the hypnotic subject that he enjoys enhanced concentration powers or powers of memory would be responded to in the right hemisphere by assessing So you can use that to enhance memory because the brain will just do that. This aspect will become significant in the context of the gateway process when attention is given to examining the way that hypnosis may be used to accelerate progress in the early stages of the gateway experience. On the other hand, transcendental meditation works in a distinctly different fashion. In this technique, intense and protracted single-minded concentration on the process of drawing energy up the spinal cord ultimately results in what appears to be the creation of acoustal standing waves in the cerebral ventricles that are then conducted to the gray matter or cerebral cortex on the right side of the brain. These waves will stimulate and eventually polarize the cortex, that it will send a signal among the homunculus starting in the toes and on up. I have heard of that guy. Last I checked, that was just like something a guy made up for a book and not a real thing. Like, I could double check that if you want. We might want to like Google around for it because I'm pretty sure that was what the outcome was. Result of altered rhythm of the heart sounds occasionally. That sounds like bullshit. The heart vibrates in a way that messes up the ventricles of the brain to achieve results. States of bliss described by those whose Kundalini symptoms have been completed the full loop along the hemispheres by explained as self-stimulation of the pleasure centers in the brain caused by the circulation of a current along the sensory cortex. And most of the described symptoms start on the left side of the body, mean that it is mostly a development occurring in the right hemisphere. Although normally a period of meditation involving intense concentration and practice for 5 years or so is required to bring up the Kundalini, exposure to mechanical or acoustical vibrations in the range of 4 to 7 hertz for protracted periods may achieve the same effect. As an example, repeated riding in a car whose suspension and seat combination produces that range of vibrations, or being exposed for long periods to these frequencies caused, for instance, by an air conditioning duct. Cumulative effect of these vibrations may be a spontaneous physio-kundalini sequence in susceptible people who have a particularly sensitive nervous system. Huh. And hello, Salty Apollyon 5042. Yeah, I see where you're coming from with that. No, what they're basically actually saying is that the CIA developed a way to make air conditioners make you come. Third consciousness altering mythology will be described in biofeedback. Employs the self-collective powers of the left to get access to the right. Instead of suppressing the left hemisphere is done... Hold on. Instead of suppressing the left hemisphere as is done in hypnosis, or largely bypassing or ignoring it as is done in meditation, biofeedback teaches the left hemisphere to first visualize the desired result and then to recognize the feelings associated with the experience of successful right hemisphere access to the lower cerebral. Unnecessary, cortex. Pain or pleasure or other areas of the metadata to produce the desired result. Special self-monitor devices, such as the digital thermometer, are used to inform the left brain when it succeeds in keying the right hemisphere into accessing the appropriate area. Once this is done, the left brain can then repeatedly instruct the right brain to re-establish the pathways so as to produce the same external objective measurements of success. This way, the pathways are strengthened and emphasized to such an extent that the left brain consciousness is enabled access to appropriate areas in the right brain using a conscious demand mode. For example, if the subject wishes to increase circulation in the left leg in order to speed up healing, he may concentrate with his left brain on achieving that result while carefully monitoring a digital thermometer connected to his left leg. Okay, so what they're describing is the biomechanical concepts behind Qi in a lot of martial arts systems. Like, this is something that Tai Chi explicitly teaches. The ability to, like, rapidly circulate blood to, like, stave off cold or enhance healing. Like, this is the biomechanical explanation of how Qi works. Okay. At that point, the subject can mentally associate the sensations with success and strengthen it through repetition. In this way, pain can be blocked, healing can be enhanced, malignant tumors can apparently be suppressed and destroyed, the body's pleasure centers can be stimulated, and a variety of specific physiological results may be achieved. Okay. Yeah, basically what they're saying in the biofeedback section, through practice, it is possible to force your brain to do certain things to your body, such as accelerating blood. And by doing this, you can defeat cancer. And the easiest way they have to test accumulation of chi in this sense is with a thermometer. Power of positivity, like, kind of? Like, it doesn't have to do specifically with, like, moods, but it is a biological process that can be done by doing specific things. Biofeedback may be used to accelerate the achievement in people who have no experience in meditation. Display of the brainwave pattern on a cathode ray tube has been proven to be a laboratory-validated means by which the subject may quickly learn to place themselves in profoundly relaxed states characterized by the sort of quietude and singularity of mental focus associated with advanced meditation. Okay. Huh. See, I can already kind of do this because I did a bunch of Tai Chi, and I'm kind of wondering if I should try and practice this a bit. Yeah, they put a thing on your brain, and then they go, okay, here's your current brainwave pattern, you need to make it look like this, and then you just keep doing that, and then they just learn to do that. And you can skip, like, the spiritual part of meditation and still get the physiological effects. That's kind of funny. Now that we've briefly profiled the basic mechanics and principal techniques for altering and expanding consciousness, we can look into the gateway experience. Is this really gateway experience? Is this Stargate or is this fucking gate? Gateway process. Are we certain that this isn't the gate thing? From like all that weird childhood crap people were talking about? No, we're already past the bio. Okay, gateway and hemisync. Now we have the principal techniques for altering consciousness. We may proceed to focus on what the system actually involves. Training system to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres as to alter consciousness. So, screw with brainwaves to alter how you think. Moving outside the physical sphere as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. Okay, so if you practice moving your chi enough, you can astral project. Got it. The participant then gains access to various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers. What differentiates the gateway experience from forms of meditation is its use of the hemisync technique, which is defined in a monograph by the EEG patterns. Both hemispheres are simultaneously equal in amplitude and frequency. So if you move both of your hemispheres into synchronization, you can astral project. Audio techniques developed by Bob Monroe can induce and sustain hemisync with the Basic Focus 3 tapes. Isn't that one of the things they specifically talked about with like people going through Gate? Where they had people listen to weird shit. I remember that. I remember people talking about that. Huh. 20 years of training could establish hemisync at will, sustaining it for 15 minutes. Keeps encouraging the focusing of brain energy, and it can be measured as with a light bulb in watts into a narrower and narrower frequency band. Not unlike the yoga concept of one-pointedness, which we may in English call single-mindedness. The individual gets into the tapes beyond focus 3. There's a gradual increase in brainwave size, which is a measure of brain power. Okay. Metaphor explains that it's like having your brain go from a light bulb to a laser, where you focus all of the energy towards a thing. Possible to begin accelerating both so that the human mind is soon resonating at ever higher vibrational levels. Okay. Mind can then bring itself to synchronization with more sophisticated and rarefied energy levels in the universe. The mind, when operating at these increasingly rarefied levels, is assumed to be capable of processing information, thus receives the same fundamental matrix by which it makes sense of ordinary physical input to achieve meaning in a cognitive context. Or in plain English, when you synchronize your brain lobes, you gain access to information that you don't normally have. Because your brain waves are interacting with some sort of energy field that we have not yet identified. Such meaning is usually perceived visually in the form of symbols, but may also be perceived as flashes of intuition, or in the form of scenarios involving both visual and oral perception. And so which the mind exercises consciousness, the function will be addressed in more detail later. To achieve this synchronization, frequency following response. Subject hears a sound produced at a frequency which emulates one of the associated with the operation of the human brain. The brain will try to mimic the frequency by adjusting its brainwave output. Okay, so it uses basically music to try to make you experience a thing. Okay. Fully awake state, but hears sound frequencies at theta level will endeavor to alter its brainwave pattern from the normal beta to the theta. Salty Apollyon, more or less. You press buttons at the same time by making your brain... It's basically like moving both of your arms in sync, but for your brain. And when you do that, you can, like, jump farther, I guess. I guess a better metaphor would be going from walking normally of left, right, to instead going left and right at the same time to jump onto something higher. That is probably the best metaphor I can think of. Let me sing another audio. Plays virtually subliminal, marginally audible level. Relax the left hemisphere of the brain, place the physical body in a virtual sleep state, and bring the left and right hemispheres into coherence. Okay, so puts the body to basically asleep to synchronize the brains. Brain halves. Audible and subliminal suggestions by Bob Monroe accompany the various brainwave frequencies, which are sometimes rolled in together with other sounds, such as the sea surf, to mask it. Okay. Brain coherence through entrainment to beat frequencies involved via stereo head is only part of the reason the gateway system works. It is also designed to achieve physical quietude characteristic of deep transmission. So it needs to calm the body to get the brain to sync. And you can make the heart change its resonance frequency to match that. What's the first thing I'm doing to an astral being? Probably saying hello. Like, if I'm in an unknown environment that I haven't fully navigated, and I've already been witnessed, the best thing to do is to simply present oneself as not necessarily a threat, but capable of becoming one. Okay, this is some bullshit about how the heart works. Part of the reason this works is because apparently it makes the heart beat at a specific way that produces an interference pattern, which causes the blood to move less. Amplitude of the sine wave when measured with the seismographic data. 3 times the average sound volume when it is operating normally. Huh. Directly transmitted to the brain and causes it to do a thing. So it makes the brain, a heart beat in a certain way that makes the brain do a thing. Okay. No astral sex. I don't know what the risks associated with that are, man. I need to understand the consequences of what I'm going to do before I do them. Like, come on. Yeah, go to get astral STDs. Okay, so it's calm with the nervous system to get the heart to beat that way. Body is turned into a coherent oscillator vibrating in harmony with the surrounding electrostatic medium. The specific exercises in the gateway tapes enjoin the participant to build up the energy field surrounding his body, presumably by using energy from the Earth's field, which the body is now in training because of its ability to resonate with it. So your body produces electromagnetic frequencies, because everything does, and it's trying to get it to resonate with the Earth's magnetic frequency. Got it. And this moves consciousness into the environment because it is now like part of the environment rather than against it. Which gives access to stuff from outside the electrical field of your own body. Okay. Which allows for out-of-body movement. Before activity can lead any further, it is essential to define the mechanism by which the human mind exercises the function known as consciousness. Thus, we first consider the fundamental character of the material world in which we have our physical existence in order to receive the raw stuff with which our consciousness must work. There's a section where they've tried mind opening substances for these tests. Probably. Wouldn't be surprised if LSD got used at some point. But we're not there yet, so. The two terms matter and energy tend to be misleading if taken to indicate two distinctly different states. Yes, matter and energy are just different forms of the same thing, the same way water and ice are the same thing. Yes, the field located around the nucleus of the atom, the nucleus itself is just made of oscillating energy grids. Solid matter doesn't actually exist. Atomic structure is oscillating energy grids. Energy grid vibrates at 10 to the 22 hertz. At 7 degrees Fahrenheit, it's 10 to the 15 hertz. An entire molecule composed of other atoms bound together in a single energy field vibrates. Why do these numbers matter? The point is to be made that the entire human being, brain consciousness, and all is, like the universe which surrounds him, nothing more than a series of energy fields. Hello, Coppercake B5U. And thank you. Human consciousness is a function of the interaction of the energy field in two opposite states. Okay. Energy creates, stores, and retrieves meaning in the universe by projecting or expanding at certain frequencies in a three-dimensional mode that creates a living pattern called a hologram. The concept of the hologram can be most easily understood by using an example cited by Bentov in which he asks the reader to visualize a bowl full of water into which 3 pebbles are dropped. As the ripples created by the entry of the 3 are varied outwards, visualize the surface of the water is suddenly flash frozen, so that the ripples are preserved. The ice is removed, leading to the 3 pebbles still laying at the bottom of the bowl. The ice is then exposed to a coherent source of light like a laser. The result will be a three-dimensional model or representation of the position of the three pebbles suspended in midair. Holograms are capable of exciting so much detail that it is possible to make a holographic projection of a glass of swamp water and view it under magnification to see small organisms not visible to the naked eye when the glass of water itself is examined. This is the concept of holography. Despite its scientific implications, it's only been known to the physicists since the underlying mathematical principles were worked out by Denis Gabor in 1947. I need to reread this and try to digest this. The jump from coherent source of light, such as a laser, to creating a three-dimensional model is strange to me. I guess it's saying that there would be cavitation where the pebbles used to be? Like, they're defining where the pebbles were by where the water isn't? Then why even focus on the ripples? I guess that they're trying to say that the information stored is where the energy isn't. Five metaphors per paragraph and not particularly focused. I might run that through AI later. So to speak about a high energy field than the physical one and that the mind can interact with, but they're claiming the mind is still part of the lower field regardless. Yeah, if the mind works, basically think of it like notes on a piano. Like, yes, different notes have different frequency, but the combination of notes causes, like, interference patterns. So it sounds different than both. So both notes being played at the same time produces a different effect than one note than the other note. And I guess in this scenario, you're artificially tightening the copper wire representing your brain so that it produces a higher note and has a different interference pattern with the higher notes. Purest kind of light is that produced by a laser which sends out a beam in which all the waves are of one frequency, like those made by an ideal pebble in a perfect pond. One of the beams that are coming directly from the laser is reflected first off an object as a human face. The resulting pattern will be very complex indeed, but can still be recorded. He's just mixing metaphors like crazy. What the fuck is he on about? Not 4D space, just a higher frequency band of existence is the easiest way to think about it. Of further importance is the fact that even if we dropped our frozen hologram of the ripple patterns on the floor and broken into a number of pieces, each individual piece would recreate the entire holographic image by itself? That sounds like bullshit. What? I need to double check some of this. We're accessing higher dimensions without being part of them? It's more that you are part of them, but you're directing your awareness towards them, I guess. Yeah. Like, you interfere with them, but not consciously. And then you force your consciousness to interfere with them and then look at them, apparently. Pebbles represent energy in motion, while the water represents energy at a state of rest. Then is ascension to higher planes possible? I don't know. Define ascension in higher planes for me. Because you're like, I'm just looking at the physical processes of what happens here, and you're asking about some metaphorical concept, like, slow it way the fuck down, buddy. some sort of RV remote viewing test with cats, like to see if cats could remote view, or seeing if people could view cats from remote viewing. Holographic image into space. I kind of want a laser to test this out because this all sounds like bullshit. The universe is composed of interacting energy fields, some at rest and some in motion. And it's just a hologram of unbelievable complexity. The human mind is a hologram which attunes itself to the universal hologram by the medium of energy exchange, thereby deducing meaning and achieving the state we call consciousness. With respect to the states of expanded or altered consciousness, such as the gateway uses, the process operates in this following way. Energy passes through various aspects of the universal hologram and is perceived by the electrostatic fields which compromise the human mind. The holographic images being conveyed are projected upon the electrostatic fields of the mind. Changes in the frequency of the amplitude of the... So in short, consciousness is, they are defining consciousness as interactions within the electrostatic field of the universe. Then, to make sense of what the holographic image is saying to it, the mind proceeds to compare the image just received with itself. So consciousness is comparing the difference between past holographic states against present ones. Consciousness creates the appearance of the brain. Okay. So I guess a more easy way to put this is that the brain is an antenna and the soul is sending signals to it. Process is most easily envisioned because the hologram after a three-dimensional grid system superimposed. The process is most easily envisioned if we picture a grid system superimposed over a three-dimensional process, such that all of the energy patterns contained within it can be described in terms of three-dimensional geometry using mathematics to reduce the data to a two-dimensional form. Naturally. That's the easiest way to think of it. And am I the antenna or the signal? Well, the question is, what is I? And depending on how you define I, either or both. Scientists suspect the human mind operates on a simple go-no-go system, as all digital computers. Therefore, once it superimposes a three-dimensional matrix over holographic information, it reduces that to a 2D form, and it can completely process it, using a binary system just as any computer can process it. And then by comparing previous state to current state, that is where perception arrives. Whenever we perceive something, we always perceive differences only. Okay. The left and right brain filter this information in ways that affect the ego, basically. Evaluation. To the extent that Gateway succeeds in bringing about a refinement in energy matrix to the mind, is in expanding or altering human consciousness so that it can perceive without recourse. Okay, so that entire bit at 16 is just a bunch of really bullshit ways to say, this might describe the whole universe. Like, okay, put that in 3 words. Actually, you know what? I'm going to be right back. We can move on to self-cognition later. I'll be right back. Okay, this is my last thing of tea. So when I finish the tea, there is no more stream. We will see how far we get. So I think one of the problems with communications in this PDF in particular is that it was written by someone who thinks he has found the keys to everything ever, and therefore it needs to be revered and sacred and exclusive, and hello to WX. And isn't interested so much in communication as much as he's interested in the self-soothing behavior of feeling powerful for knowing things. So I kind of feel like I'd be obligated to rewrite this in a way of someone who's simply evaluating it rather than engaging in self-soothing behavior, because my self-soothing behavior is simplifying complex subjects into the most simple thing possible. How does this relate to loosh harvesting? We haven't got there yet. We'll find out, NXLev. Yes, the thing I find most enjoyable in life is taking extraordinarily complex things and simplifying them down so that even an idiot can understand them. So I prioritize that over, like, feeling powerful from knowing stuff. So I'm probably going to do that in a response to this report, because it's not that very clear. Anyway, to complete our outline of the process by which the mind achieves and exercises consciousness, we must also ascribe it the aspect of human thought that differentiates it from consciousness of plants or animals. I.e., self-cognition, humans not only know, but they know that they know? See what I mean about having, like, the secrets to everything? There's a lot of animals that know that they know. We've shown metacognition and self-awareness appearing in, like, octopi and crows. So it's clearly not, like, a special human-only thing. Comparative assessment evaluating the functioning of the thought process against various objective standards they've adopted. This is a guy who doesn't really understand what objective means. He thinks group consensus means objectivity. Okay. Duplicate aspects of its own hologram, project them out, perceive the projection, and put it through comparison with a memory aspect. He's oversimplifying cognition. Up until this point, our discussion has been relatively simple and easy to follow. Now the fun begins. Gateway involves more than just... more than those just... Gateway involves more than just perception of those aspects of the physical... This is just wrong, dang it! Is that belief also a result of the time period, though? No, that is not a result of the time period. Because that belief that you have the single knowledge of absolutely everything ever and nothing else will ever, go past you is the default operating condition for almost all of humanity for the past 300,000 years. This is a specific type of arrogance that occurs when someone is not emotionally developed enough, I guess? He's addicted to feeling powerful and winning rather than trying to evaluate things on their own merits. It's not a result of him not knowing new things. It's a result of him not knowing how to think efficiently, if that's clearer. This is a behavior of a sufficiently underdeveloped mind, rather than a behavior relating to what he knows. Like, how would I put this? You know, some people experience like the unpleasantness of having to work out and decide to not do it because it's unpleasant, whereas other people persevere through it because they're more mature. That's basically what's happening here, but instead of an external physical phenomena of muscle soreness, it is the interior phenomena of feeling smart. And he would rather avoid not feeling smart. That is my criticism of him. Not a lack of information, but a lack of maturity for thinking about stuff. Oh, yeah. No, I wasn't saying that he was bad for not knowing that crows are self-aware. I'm pointing out that he is incorrect. My judgment of his evaluation and my judgment of how he thinks about information are two separate things. Arthur was ghostwriting for Kojima. No, Kojima probably just steals his notes from crap like this. It's just how we do. First, we must appreciate the time and space. We must appreciate what time and space are in order to understand how the dimension that they constitute can be transcended. Physicists define time as a measurement of energy or force in motion. The measurement of change, however, energy must be first located in some way within the confines of some sort of vibratory pattern. So he's struggling to define time because he doesn't quite understand it but really wants to sound smart. Energy which is not confined is force without limit, without dimension, without limits of form. It is infinity and cannot move because there is nothing beyond infinity. It's also beyond space because that concept implies a specific energy form is limited by a specific location and absent from other boundaries, but if energy is in that state of infinity, there are no boundaries. It is a conscious force, the fundamental prime mover of existence without form, the state of infinite being. That's an unsupported conclusion. Energy in infinity is said to be completely at rest and therefore cannot generate holograms so long as it remains utterly inactive. Retains the inherent capacity for consciousness and that it can do... Energy in state of this inactive infinity is called the absolute. In the material universe, as we experience, there are various intervening dimensions. Okay, to try to break down this gobbledygook, he's essentially creating a circular argument. He says that infinite energy exists somewhere, and to create a perceivable universe, time must exist as a method of limiting that energy. Which isn't something that is necessarily true, but is an explanation of the framework he operates under. He's also asserting that energy is itself consciousness, which is unsupported and not explained. Because he really, really wants the power rush of being able to strictly define God, and therefore be superior to it. That's what he's after. He's not trying to communicate. He's trying to feel good. He's basically, all of this crap is just saying space exists because time exists, because if it didn't, then things wouldn't exist. And there would just be energy. And it's like, I mean, I guess, but not coherent. And also, you could have put that in like 3 words. Since the absolute is conscious energy in infinity, again, unsupported, Occupies every dimension to include the time-space dimension in which we have our physical existence but cannot perceive it. It overlays everything as do many of the intervening gradients or dimensions. It's trying to explain the biomechanical process behind remote viewing needle scan. Yeah, you could use this as a heuristic for thinking about the universe, but it is clear that he is not someone who actually understands what the hell he's talking about, and is trying to cover that up by just making it sound impressive, which is a very common thing to do if you're a fucking boomer. Hello, son 312772. Overlays everything. To enter these intervening dimensions, human consciousness must focus with such intense coherence that the frequency of the energy pattern which comprises the consciousness can accelerate to the point it looks like a resulting frequency pattern, and if displayed on a oscilloscope, it would virtually look like a solid line. Treatment of the state of alternate is the operational principle in physics known as Planck's distance. So he's trying to say that the vibrational pattern of brain waves achieves the minimum possible frequency, which is 1 Planck's distance per Planck time, but therefore it can intersect with anything. Yeah, no, Suko Sutsu. This is 100% boomer coded, and like boomerism isn't just a result of them being old. They had their brains permanently fucked up by television, and it affected everything they did. They had no mental defenses against television. It just destroyed them. Where the fuck did he get this from? He got it from someone who told him stuff that made him feel good, and then he chose to believe it because it made him feel good. Sources and whatnot aren't going to be provided because he doesn't want to provide sources because that might introduce doubt and self-reflection, which boomers hate. Any oscillating frequency reaches 2 points of complete retch at which the boundaries of each individual oscillation. How do we get rid of boomers? Wait 20 years? I'm not needle scan. Are you joking? The biggest problem with the GATE program is that it's 90% boomers, and boomers are inherently fucking retarded. Like, that's just how it is. That's just how it be. There is no fixing them. See, I may as well go on a tangent about this. So the problem with boomers is something called epistemological collapse. Essentially, a boomer has no way of knowing what is or is not real, because they received information from the television and then didn't have a reference point to compare it against. If an authority says it, or I felt good believing it, it must be true. They do not have an external point to compare truth against. Like, they do not test if X equals Y in physical reality. They are pretty good at trying to get rid of all of us. Yeah, but that's a second-order effect of just trying to feel good. This is because, they grew up on TV, everyone around them agreed on TV, and the only truth that they ever experienced was consensus, and everyone agreed to the same things because everyone was watching TV. This means all of the tools for evaluating if something is true are completely gone from them. Which is why they are always falling for stuff like AI bullshit. If they saw it and it felt good, it must be true. And that's just one of the core issues with boomers, the complete collapse of evaluating whether or not something is true. And because of that, you get crap like this, where he just jerks himself off about how awesome he feels, because, basically, if you're familiar with Ken Wilber's levels of consciousness theory, where an individual goes through different stages that allows them to interact with the world in more mature ways, boomers are stuck at essentially a pre-rational level, and they can't mature past it, which is why, they're killing all of us, because they are fundamentally broken by TV consensus. And why do you probably look like this? It's not about communicating accurate information, it's about feeling good. God, I'm going to keep ranting about boomers because I feel like I have to because a brain itch occurred to me again. So, who in chat has heard boomers talk about Woodstock or how they were there, man, and how the vibes were so immaculate or whatever the crap? Humans are retarded, boomers are maladapted. That is an excellent way to put it. Humans are retarded, boomers were maladapted by the TV because we didn't know what the damage would do to technology. It's sort of like how a lot of Zoomers who grow up on TikTok have all sorts of, well, probably will have all sorts of behavioral issues. It's the same thing. Boomer is what happens from behavioral issues of exposure to TV. So you haven't heard of Woodstock? Okay. So Woodstock was a music festival that boomers go to as a point of pride because they see it as a cultural triumph. Because, you know, it was all about peace and love, man. And a lot of them try to claim superiority for being part of this defining cultural moment, which was defined by the television. And how super peaceful it was, but wasn't it just slutty and gross though? That basically, yeah. So what happened was that there was going to be a music festival where they went and paid money to listen to music. And a lot more people showed up than expected, and because it was poorly managed, a lot of critical facilities stopped working. And they kept playing music, and they kept doing drugs there because there were a lot of drugs at Woodstock. And the boomers are very, very proud that there were only, I think, 3 murders and an indeterminate number of rapes when people did not have working bathrooms and had to resort to outhouses, or not have an option to use air conditioning. And it's just to them a triumph of how common men can put aside their differences and work together without violence, because they successfully managed to avoid collapsing into a pre-civilization state of being because they were without electricity and various creature comforts for 3 days, and did so primarily by being high out of their mind the entire fucking time. Or to move it to a more millennial comparison, imagine if millennials were proud of DashCon. Because a very small number of people were disappointed by it. Because they talk about it how it was a triumph of peace and love because only a couple hundred women got raped during it, and it's the fuck. And the reason it was a triumph of peace and love is, yeah, Dash Kit was the ball pit one. The reason they see it as a triumph of peace and love is because the TV told them that, and they wanted to feel special. So they believed it, and that's why they think they are special. And that's the entire actual story behind it. Some dipshits fucked things up and didn't, properly estimate how many people were going to show up, which caused some minor inconveniences. And boomers managed to not murder each other for a whole 3-day weekend when they didn't have electricity and only had drugs and music. Wow! Much triumph, such love. Yeah, the more you actually learn about everything boomers are proud of, the more you realize that they're just a complete failure and embarrassment at every single level. Good God. Unironically, Onyx Live, yes, I agree. Boomers didn't do shit. You know who put us on the moon? Fucking Nazis put us on the moon. I talked about Operation Paperclip earlier. It was not boomers who did anything. They got a bunch of Nazi scientists from Germany, put them in charge of building rockets, and they put us on the moon. It wasn't even enough to have them supervising the project. It wasn't enough to have them do engineering designs. There were just failure after failure after failure until they said fuck it, okay, we're just going to give the Nazis free, unrestricted reign to do whatever they want, and then we got to the moon. Like, boomers didn't do shit. Not American boomers, really. Nazi grandma put us on the moon? Yes. Unironically, yes. If you look at Operation Paperclip and who went where, it was the Nazis that got to the moon after they were drafted by Americans. Boomers try to take credit for that because they're desperate to have any sort of sense of validation for the fact, to cover up the fact they're complete and total failures at basically every level. And, lack the ability to independently verify that things are true, and they feel special, therefore they must be special, so they will come up with all sorts of ridiculous excuses for why they are special, and simply say if they simply think if they repeat it confidently enough, that people will actually believe it. Feel like there's a JoJo reference here? I mean, there could be. So jumping pride in failure in school? Yeah? Like what? Like, are you joking? Why did we feel such a strong urge to employ war criminals post-World War II? Because they were good at their jobs. People like to make all sorts of excuses about morality and doing the right thing. No. If you're good at stuff, not much else matters. Like Nintendo. People still love Nintendo, even though everything they do is completely fucked up and evil. But they make good games, so people put up with them. Yeah, boomers feel special, and in order to preserve this feeling of being special, they have to pull the ladder up, otherwise that would threaten their entire self-identity, which is something that a lot of people would generally choose death before. Nintendo used to make good games. I think they've made a couple of good games recently. Like, I guess Mario Odyssey isn't recent. I don't know. There's probably some Nintendo game that's good. I did play Metroid Dread at one point, and I beat it in like 3 hours and was immensely disappointed. Oh, I should put on music. Why do I not have music on? You should be, wordy nerd. You should be. Music? There we go. Morality is a spook. I'm not even saying morality is a spook. I'm saying that deep down, humans mostly pretend to believe in morality as a method of getting ahead in life. Like, they publicly virtue signal about how they did the right thing while doing the wrong thing. Because humans are kind of innately fucked up and evil. Anyway, back to being angry at a different boomer instead of back to being angry at a specific boomer instead of boomers as a whole. What did they even figure out in Japan? What do you mean, in response to World War II? I'm not sure what you're referring to, holy smokes. Anyway. Oh, that one. Yeah, that's still, like, super hotly contested, and also I don't care about it, so I couldn't tell you. I mean, the Soviet Union did worse things than anyone else did, but no one, like, cares? Because, again, they won, and that's what actually mattered. Dedicated boomer anger stream? I mean, I could. I shouldn't, but I could. Anyway, this is an aspect of quantum mechanics that reaches 2 points of oscillation. Yes, there is a point where if you measure a wave as between two extremes, there is a point where it is between neither of those extremes. However, this is definitional. You could have an oscillating frequency that goes between +5 to +10, and would have a midpoint of rest at +7.5, which does not necessarily mean that this is a position of rest. It is simply a point between two wave extremes. This guy is objectively wrong about this. Also true that for an infinitesimally brief moment, that energy reaches one of its 2 points of rest, it clicks out of space-time. No? That is not how it... He is trying to describe an asymptote in calculus and use that to justify physical oh my god. This guy's a moron. The critical step out of space-time occurs when the speed of the oscillation drops between 10 to the minus 33 centimeters per second. In reference to what? Like, the planet moves. The planet literally moves. So exactly what is this below this speed? If you're on a thing, you are moving. This is completely wrong. A human consciousness reaches such high wave frequency that the pattern of click-out sums close together that there is a virtual continuity to it. So his theory is that the wave pattern oscillation of the brain during this synchronization exceeds or approximates the speed of light. Because 1 Planck length per Planck time is the speed of light. So for it to reach a high frequency, it would have to be moving at... Well, it would technically have to be moving faster than the speed of light, wouldn't it? Because he's just referring to the point of the waveform transition, rather than the... So yeah, that's just not even physically possible. I mean, I guess unless you assume that consciousness is done with a massless particle or non-particle that is exempt from the rules of speed of light and is therefore special, but I mean, there's stuff that implies consciousness is special because it is not subject to the arrow of time in the way a lot of other things are. So it could be that there is an exception that makes this guy technically correct, but he is not asserting this exception. He is simply misunderstanding how things work. Passes through the looking glass of time-space after the fashion. Oh, this dude has no idea what he's talking about. Apparently designed, if you systematically and patiently enable to... where speeds below Planck's distance apply. You mean not moving? Alex Lev, I think you're overestimating the degree to which this man understands the subject matter. It isn't from a perspective at all. The writer's viewpoint is, at its core, saying this makes me feel good. That's it. There's no monism, there's no dualism. He's saying this makes him feel good, so he says it. Truth and deeper consideration do not exist in him. Yes, Ice the Bite, he is very stupid. Behavior of subatomic particles provides an example of the phenomenon of clicking out. Article prepared for Science Digest Museum. Communicate with each other when their energy fields become entrained as a result of colliding with each other. He's trying to describe lepton interactions? In reality, Einstein's theory of relativity is not being invalidated. I really need to post... Like, I don't know what happened to it or where my notebook came off of, but I'm pretty sure that at one point I came up with a formal proof that relativity is wrong, because if you create a scenario which is expected within relativity and cancel out the variables, you get 1 equals minus 1. Which means that relativity stops applying or revolves going backwards through time. Plus, most of the evidence for relativity was manufactured to begin with. If the cause which accounts for the cross-communication at what terms of time at what terms of time? This guy is just out of his office fucking rocker. This guy's just wrong. He does address that I pointed out that it would involve speeds excess of light to get to a wave frequency that is higher than Planck length. Anyway. Okay, we got a fundamental misunderstanding of quantum entanglement. Cool. They violate a relativity's ban on faster than light velocities. What about behavior? Rate of speed of tachyons. What? Okay, chat, I need your help to make sense of this drawing. So we see in, quote, energy oscillation wave that is going above and below infinity, and between infinity, we see 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. Huh? If something is oscillating, but that's not how you would even write that. This isn't like minus infinity, it's just infinity to infinity, which means that it's not moving. Like you could do infinity to 0. Yeah, if this would just be flat. Something going from infinity to infinity isn't going. Especially if there's two halfway points that are the same. What? Like, for this to make sense, you just have to get rid of the second thing, so that the waveform will be going from infinity to 10 to the minus 33. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. Oh, Ice the Bite, not only did this guy breed, but he's probably taking money out of your paycheck into his pension, into his retirement plan, into Social Security. Because there was an entire generation of people experience epistemic collapse. Consolidation between events breaks down, moving to become jerky rather than smooth. Time and space may have become grainy or chunky. Yes, he's describing the maximum resolution of the universe. Perhaps a piece of space can be transversed by a particle of matter in any direction without necessarily being synchronized with a piece of time? I guess he's describing a rounding error at extremely low distances? Inside the dimension of time-space where both concepts apply in a generally uniform way, there's a proportional relationship between them. What? I can describe time having pieces. Yeah, it turns out that if Max Planck stuff is true, there is a finite level of detail to the universe. There is a single pixel and a single frame update. Probably NXLive. I'm not up to date on that. From what I understand, at the time this was written, it was assumed that the speed of light of 1 Planck length per Planck unit was the tick rate of the universe. Alright, let's just move on from guy who doesn't understand math. Although human consciousness can, with enough practice, move beyond the dimension of time, space, and interfere with other energy systems in other dimensions, we have failed to define dimension. The process is appreciably enhanced that if consciousness can be detached in large measure from physical body. Okay, this is just him trying to sound really smart and not saying much. clicking out doesn't even make sense in this context. I think he's trying to say that consciousness is moving between frequency bands. Yes, if it's somewhere between infinity and not infinity, then it's a number. And to entrain its frequency output with a new energy environment to which it is exposed. So what he's really trying to say here is that when consciousness leaves the body, it is capable of interacting with the holographic nature of the universe. But he's communicating poorly on purpose to try to sound like he's the only one who knows. He wants you to feel bad about not getting it so that he can feel good about being the smart one, despite the fact that he's just communicating badly. I don't know how much more of this bullshit I can take, honestly. Maybe helpful at this point to pause and recap the major aspects of our intellectual journey from time-space to the realm of the absolute. Yeah, this dude's just high on his own farts. He's a moron. When did he demonstrate consciousness? Is it within the body? Way back up here, he defined consciousness as something capable of observing the change state in the quantum grid, which doesn't really define consciousness. Does he have turbo autism? No, he's just a boomer. They're like this. Basically, if something is able to interact with the quantum grid and observe itself interacting with the quantum grid, but that doesn't make sense because you would have to also be able to observe the interactions you are creating by observing stuff. Oh my god. This is all just circular logic and masturbation. From Big Bang to Taurus, working from the widely accepted Bing Bang theory, which has broadly been shown incorrect with new information based on cosmic background radiation. Stylized rendition of a simple torus. That's not what a torus looks like. Is a camera is conscious? I mean, he doesn't really define it. Black holes and white holes. Have white holes ever been even observed anywhere? I don't think they have they? The car or the shitty Brazilian handgun? What? No, the shape. Like the donut shape. So this is all a really stupid way to say stuff returns to God and comes from God. But in a way where he gets to define God as thing he is superior to. Yeah, this is what a simple torus looks like if you're as smart as I am. Like, if you've ever dealt with a boomer, you know exactly what this dude is doing. You know all of the empty posturing to try and salvage his incredibly low self-esteem from not having actually accomplished anything. Stalking the wild pendulum. Accumulated self-knowledge as memories confer upon it. I put the gateway method positing a structure outline of how it needs to work. This dude never chooses to communicate clearly. He wants to use as many words as possible, using incorrect tenses with each other just to make himself feel smarter. Yeah, he came up with the entire past 3 pages of this have just been a boomer jerking off about, oh, I've come up with a way to say, dust ye are and dust ye shall beeth. And it's like, Congratulations! With all of your knowledge, you have successfully arrived at something that has been known for thousands of years. He sees himself as the super smart gatekeeper who has access to the way the universe works, but, like, doesn't actually know anything, because he just wants to feel like he is one. Sensitive his nervous system, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Anixlev gets it. Yeah, it turns out perspectives aren't worth shit. What matters is what happens when you perform action. Encouraging mind and body to strive to achieve a state of resonance, the utterance of a single. Yeah, because humans can perfectly hold tones ever. That's like how it works. So you hung along the gateway tape, then you hear a thing, and then repeat the chant, and then you start getting visions. That is exposed to the hemisync sound frequencies. Having achieved focus 10. Sorry, we're previous focus... I've been kind of scanning this because it's mostly wrong. What the hell? Did he previously define focus and what 10 would be? He is just doing Satan worshipping? I mean, yeah, functionally. He's worshipping the self and not, like, the world around him and seeing how it, like, interacts with stuff or God's plan for anything. And that's, like, the core essence of Satanism, just self-worship. Include additional forms of pink and white noise, not defined anywhere. Cool. Put the physical body at the threshold of sleep as well as calm the left hemisphere. Also, isn't the entire left hemisphere or right hemisphere thing, like, not true for the most part? Envision the creation of an energy balloon, beginning of the center of the top of the head and expanding all the way. Okay. So basically just envisioning the way magnetic field lines work. Puts up a pattern reminiscent of the cosmic egg discussed earlier, or like a fucking magnet, but, you know, accuracy in communication isn't his goal. It's feeling special that his goal is. The final tape is on focus 10. Okay. Enhances bodily energy flow. Just find that. Early achievement of a suitable resonance state, but also designed to provide protection against conscious entities possessing lower energy levels, which the participant might encounter in the event that he achieves an out-of-body state. Out-of-body unnecessary coma state. Serves a precautionary purpose in the unlikely event that the participant's first out-of-body involves direct projection outside the terrestrial sphere. Having achieved focus 10, the participant is now ready to endeavor a false... Endeavor a state of sufficiently expanded awareness. It's called focus 12. Yeah, Kamishi 845. That's more or less what I remember. That, like, different parts of the brain are more focused on specific tasks, but the brain isn't, like, cleanly divided like that. Hello, Turan TT 5558. No. This is, as you can see, approved for release 2003-09-10 CIA-RDP-96. This is a CIA document. I've been roasting this boomer for not knowing what the hell he's talking about. Series of specific tools. The Monroe Institute character was able to manipulate useful feedback of value for promoting self-discovery and personal growth. That's not well defined. Growth towards what? Self-discovery of what? I think involves identifying fundamental problems with the individual wishes, which is Okay, so you commune with external things and receive guidance from them. Great. That's just like channeling spirits. And this is just what Solomon outlined in the Galatia. But he put in a bunch of quantum foam gobbledygook there. Sudden holistic perception, which the individual finds, he simply knows the answer, and all of its revocations completely in context, and not even able to put his newly found perception into words, at least initially. Oh boy, yeah, if you trust that sort of sudden inspiration that you get sometimes, it's bad. Because, no. You need to actually be able to think through your... Oh my god. Epistemic collapse, here we go. So he gets a flash of inspiration and decides that it must be true without considering whether or not it is true, because his entire generation lacks the mental toolkit to evaluate truth outside of group consensus. And thus, since it comes from a higher authority in his mind, it therefore must be true and anyone else must be evil. This guy cannot be trusted to even know about like any of this shit because he's too stupid to handle it. Like, even if this works, this is not the person who should be allowed to like use it. Because he can't distinguish truth from false. Taking involves use of consciousness to achieve desired objectives in the physical. Okay, law of attraction bullshit. On a focus 12 state. Yeah, generally if something is all X or all Y, the answer is no. Things are rarely monocausal. And it is an attempt of the brain to oversimplify our experiences to monocausal things for faster approximations of what we need to do, that we do stuff like that. But it's not actually how it works. It's just how we like to think about stuff. Basically, if you look at a bell curve, most humans can't process anything other than the idea that the center of the bell curve is absolute truth, and therefore also assume that a counterexample of one of the tails of the bell curve means that the bell curve can't be true. This is known as the "not all X are like that" fallacy. It is just a limitation of how an untrained human mind processes information. Okay. Based on belief, the thought pattern generated by consciousness and stated by holograms. That was a base for actual realization. Yeah, this is just law of attraction, but for stupid people. Thought generate a hologram of the sought after objective is... Yeah, so the problem with law of attraction stuff is that mentally focusing your will towards something makes you more likely to notice things related to accomplishing that and then ascribe your own mental changes to an external change of the universe, because it is extremely difficult for someone who is in the early stages of mental development to view things from a non-egocentric point of view. That is, I did a thing, therefore the universe changed, and not, I changed how I thought about stuff and noticed a thing. Monroe trainers can also devise attempting to force the pace of this process, because the individual could succeed in dislocating his existing reality with drastic consequences. Wasn't that a thing on Reddit with mirrors for a while? Color breathing. In terms of practical application, it is a healing technique which is designed to restore the body and enhance its physical capabilities by revitalizing its energy flows. Most people are utterly phobic towards the notion of not thinking in absolutes. I mean, yeah. It burns more calories to think about things in non-absolutes. Genuinely. So it is natural to not do that. Because, like, burning more calories is how you starve to death. It is literally a skill you have to train in order to not think in absolutes. necessarily true, holy spokes. Assuming that a group of people has a midpoint is stereotyping them. Assuming every single person within that group fits exactly at that midpoint is misapplying the idea of generalization. Stereotypes can be perfectly valid. But, assuming that everyone falls on the exact midpoint is just an example of not being able to understand generalizations, which most people can't do because it's hard. Blue light in area of physical... Is that even a word? Tumescence? You see a relatively rapid reduction in the swelling, while red into a light yellow have quite the opposite effect. Sure. I have a question why girl killed us in ending A, she could spare us. Because she thought she was being merciful to not spare you. And hello there, Above Average Gaming 5503. Unfortunately, by declaring that you are not going to enter the conversation, you have now entered the conversation and must list your top 3 stereotypes. Normal engorgement with blood? Okay, so that is a word. I assumed it was another typo. Okay, magic wands have been part of the folklore and occult practices. Frequency in Daimon areas, there's aspects of Alternatively, it's probably a way the human thinks about stuff, with certain things being good and bad. Small dot of light. Okay, so imagine a flashlight, and you could use it to heal people. Got it. Remote viewing turns his energy bar into a whirling vortex to which he sends his imagination in search of new and illuminating insights. Sure. Why don't more nerds become fat so they can think harder? Because thinking harder isn't actually tied to fat. Fat actually makes it harder to think because your body has to spend more calories supporting the fat. Counterintuitive, I know. But base metabolic rate actually goes up when you're fat. How the fuck do we get to magic scepters and trinkets? Because this boomer doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Like, that's the short version. Son of Soda. I'm not sure I can even keep talking about this. Focus 21, the future. Movement outside the boundaries of time-space, as in Focus 15, but with attention to discovering that it's future rather than the past. The individual who has achieved this state has achieved a truly advanced level. Probably not attainable except those in conditions through long application of meditation, or those who practice long and hard through the Hemisync method for a period of years. Okay. Out-of-body movement. There's the interest and occasion. Gateway program was not established solely for the purpose of doing that. Facilitate achieving the out-of-body state. Saying in order to just a bunch of crap. More exceptions than applications. That's only if your stereotypes are inaccurate. Pretty much everything in life either follows a bell curve or Pareto distribution. So if your stereotypes are inaccurate, that's a skill issue. You haven't found the midpoint. You've instead had a couple of severe experiences and allowed that to change how you view behaviors. Beta signals of around 3,000 cycles per second. Okay. Roll of REM sleep. Information collection potential. Can apparently be achieved by many people. Numerous experiments have been conducted involving persons moving from one coast to the other in out-of-body state. Series of 10 computer-generated images. Required enough of the digits to make it clear the consciousness was present. None have ever succeeded in getting all 10 correct. Okay. Yeah, superstition is unironically an extremely efficient way to just handle reality. Figuring out the finer details is, like, worth it if you have time and energy to burn, but for the most part, people don't. Okay, so this guy was probably one of the idiots running Stargate and doing everything he can to try to make people accurate, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if, a couple of the things he did, like certain people getting really high marks, wasn't done because they were actually doing things correctly, but because this individual believed that they deserved them. Because if this is the guy that's actually running Stargate, he would do that. More about how they match an ideal of what they are or ought to be. Yeah, that's just inaccurate stereotypes. Pretty much everyone who is really smart spends basically all of their time generalizing about everything and refining their generalizations to be more precise. The guy who actually stated it was Wade Schiller. Yes, but that was written by a scientist who was running a meta-report on stuff like this. Ooh, above average gaming does not know how a bell curve and generalizations work. That's unfortunate. But, in the heaven of Indra, there is said to be a network of pearls so arranged that if you look at it once, you see all the others reflected in it. Okay. Okay, trying to tie random Hindu crap to the cosmic egg. Great. Hologram is a mirror image of the absolute in infinity, which still exists outside of time and space, but is one step removed from the absolute, and is the actual agent of all creation. Yeah, this is just chuny as fuck, honestly. How long till he builds the tree of his life? Probably not far. Motivational aspect. Procedure, which involves repetitive practice. Okay. Not anything useful here. My eyes aren't focusing on anything. Do you think he started wearing an eye patch? I think he started probably wearing a suit and tie more and trying to assert that he has higher status than people. Technically assuming a lack of stereotypes in itself is a stereotype of this logic. Not particularly? What the hell are you even on about? Sound rational basis in terms of physical sciences. We're considering Gateway to be plausible in terms of its essential. Okay. So he was just writing all this bullshit to try and get funding. Then we just have the bibliography. Man, what a waste of time that was. If it's all the absolute experiencing self, a part of the absolute being trapped in some sort of prison and trying to escape, why? Well, because consider the opposite situation. If the absolute was not trying to experience itself, then we wouldn't be here to experience it, so there would be nothing. Why is there something but not nothing is answered because if there was nothing, there wouldn't be anyone around to think about the nothing. That's an easy one. Okay, and on that note, having more or less finished the tea, I'm gonna go find someone to raid. Not a lot of people on. Fuck it, Ezri again. Raid Ezri. But for what purpose, Enixliv asks? Why would there need to be a purpose? Rocks fall. Does gravity have a purpose for that? Graveyard Keeper next Wednesday? Probably, yes. Unless something else comes up. Anyway, I will see you all on Sunday with more Incel Core Dark Souls. I'm gonna go to live stream and end it. But for now, get the heck out of here.